Good evening. I need to get the fishing start in case anybody wants to fish while we're chatting. That's going to pop up in a second. Anytime now. You can do it, Steam. I know you can. There you go. All right. Well, we're getting one stream in this week. I don't know about Thursday and tomorrow for sure. I've got appointments in the afternoon on Thursday that are going to butt up right up against when I would normally start. So I probably won't stream Thursday. And then I've got a bunch of work crap starting that this schedule is fluid. So I make no promises the next couple of weeks for streams. Hey, bud, you want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? Yeah? Hi. You want to come cuddle? I know you do. I know you do, Mr. Elf. I know you do. Just want to shove your head right there, huh? Okay. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hi. You just want to be the center of the screen, huh? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Alf's still here, aren't you? Yep. You get your hair cut tomorrow, though. Your fur face is going away. It's too hot. Oh, this dog. Oh, your claw's digging into my thigh. Okay, here we go. You sit? There you go. Good boy. So last time, really? You have that upset about this? Okay. Last time we did a whole lot of stuff to get buildings and NPCs ready to go. We had made all of our buildings. Well, these are all of our NPCs, not our buildings. Mean to call NPCs buildings. All our building types defined and what skills they require and everything. And their always spawn thing. I don't know that we made weights. I forget how we did this. Howdy, Admiral. I thought we had weights somewhere. I'm going to look at our notes, because I remember. But anyway, we defined buildings. We defined a bunch of NPC types. I added in a few just placeholder ones. I'm a dev, but I have to do data analysis as well. I don't know that those two are necessarily always distinct, but I've been in software development for 20 to 30 years, so I've done all of it. Nice. I mean, 13 is nothing to sneeze at. It's experience. But yeah, no, just taking a crack at a game with what experience I have and the lack of games fulfilling my itches. So thank you for the resub, 60.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And the follow. Okay, well, I'm not here to go for advertising other things, but if I have a chance to look around later, I will. I am using Claude to do some assistant stuff, but I'm not using it as a vibe coder. So everything that I do, I'm not going to use any image generation or music or anything like that. So I'm using it in a limited form because I don't totally agree with the vibe coding and the just make whatever you want using other people's intellectual property aspect of it. So I'm just using it for I come up with the design and the details, like what we're going to do today. I'm gonna be like, hey, I need to go commit these 4 NPC types I added here to source control. And it's just going to do stupid stuff. Like it's going to do the grunt work for me, but not the design. So that's how I use Claude. We can go back and look at like we were doing uh, this bit here, and it was all me giving it. If I can, if it'll scroll, there we go. Very specific things to do, right? So that's how I use AI. But you'd have to DM me a link. I don't allow links in chat, so because I never know where they're gonna go. You might send a viewer to a porn site. Not saying you are, but I just take that out entirely. But you have to DM me the link to it. Um, but yeah, so we are we got a lot of little side quests done basically last week, around buildings and NPCs and how they're going to be configured and everything. And um, the yeah, though this list it did my to do list that I was trying to keep nice and concise, like these other sections, turned into a mile long things of stuff to do that we that I wrote down. Some of this is stuff like this, where like this is the list of columns I was going to put in the table and everything. But um, as we started talking through how to determine what buildings spawn in a settlement and NPCs spawn where and all that stuff, a lot of things came out of that. So and then just this bit here was more me just taking notes so I don't forget. Well, this is how I could do quest NPCs, right? Um, so we are at this point just trying to get placement, not necessarily function. So I think, although I think I'm missing one little piece now that I'm looking at what we have in the database, I think we're ready to start at least getting NPCs to be determined when a settlement is spawned and what goes in there. So we've got NPC types here that this is all placeholder data. Don't take this for anything final. But if we have certain building types, we know what NPCs can spawn from that, and then they're basically required, right? And then I put in some just dummy ones in here for now, just to get some testing in of different types of possible NPCs. And then those get driven off of spawn weights here, which some of these are settlements, some of these are other things. I just put some random stuff in there. And those might get spawned when we make a settlement or land block or whatever that is, right? So, and we got our building types and what they're there for. This is the name might change, right? But the idea is not going anywhere. Um, things like these first three will always spawn in every settlement that exists, but then the rest of these will be random. And I got to look at the notes and figure out what how I decided I was going to determine which one of those were going to come, because there's no weights here. I feel like we're either missing a building type spawn weight, or there's something that we are doing with the tier of the settlement and then basing it off of that. But none of that sounds familiar as something I talked about last time. So I need to read this again and remember what I decided. Because this was all of our building types. Yeah, so the definition here for NPC types, this top bit here, these 12 are directly associated to the 12, well, the building types that have a chance of an NPC being there. So there are 13 here, but storage doesn't have, I don't think I said storage has an NPC. No, we did. What am I missing then? Why are there only 12 and there's 13 over there? Oh, housing. The bottom one's player housing, so that doesn't have an NPC on it. But each one of these has an NPC related to it. So if it happens to exist in a settlement, then this is going to define all of its dialogue options and all that stuff related to the NPC. So these are kind of static. They don't have a spawn weight. If that building exists, this NPC exists, and this just tells it how to generate it, right? These ones here are the more dynamic ones, very dummied up. Like this is not final. I just wanted to get some data in here to test with, but I'll potentially have hundreds of these that are unique. Some can be repeated, that kind of thing. That will have different actions in them. Like these are 4 different things. Could give a quest, could be collector of things that you give it and you get something in return. Could just give you info to learn how to do something better, advance your skills or something. Or he could just be a mute. But there could be all kinds of different things. But these types are the ones that don't have a building type ID on them. That then have over in the spawn weights table a core. They in one or more times. So like this particular one's here 5 times. It can spawn in any of these 5 terrain types. And here's the chances of them spawning there. And then as I was typing this out this week, I was like, I also need to determine how frequently they can spawn because I don't want 1,500 of these things spawned in 1,500 right next to each other land block. Right, that'd be really weird. So we got to put some extra information there for that. But this then determines, do I spawn it somewhere randomly out in the wild? Some of these is settlement. So I think D is settlement. I think that's what settlement is. Yeah, D is settlement. But then there's other terrain types that it could spawn on. So sometimes, like this top one, I think is the quest giver. This is the 5598. Yeah, it's quest giver. So it can spawn in a settlement. It has a chance, but it can also spawn in a few other terrain types. So out in the wild. So it's not just NPCs in a settlement, it's NPCs anywhere in the world. But this one table defines both. It defines the static ones that'll be on building types and settlements, and then other types that could be in settlements or elsewhere in the world, just to give things in the world to do. And you won't know just by looking at it. I mean, I don't intend on the name to be Bob the quest giver. No, it's just that I'm just doing that now so I can easily identify it. Exactly. It's not static, but it gives a lot of flexibility for adding new things later on. I don't have to redesign the whole game, right? I can just add in new NPC types, and this dialogue options thing determines what they do. And I kind of hashed that out last week. And here, just for like quest NPCs, for example, there'll be, I determine I'm gonna need some more tables. Shock, need more database tables. But to track a journal for the player, to track what quests they've picked up and what they've completed, so we can kind of keep track of that. But there'll be quest IDs that the dialogue options can reference in the JSON to say, well, if the player clicks this dialogue option, then grant this quest ID into their journal so they can track it and then give this response type thing. So that kind of thing. And that can be dynamic based off of if the area's limit influenced or we've got a certain skill level on the character that's talking to the NPC. So all that kind of stuff is in the dialogue options for determining what the player can do with that particular NPC, right? So that's how everything is built dynamically. I don't want to hard code things. I don't want this NPC is always, it's not your typical, it's not an MMO, but it's not like an MMO where like WoW or Final Fantasy or EverQuest or anything where you have an NPC, it has a name and it's always in this spot. Like that's not how it works, right? It's completely dynamic. Once it's generated, it stays there. So if a player goes into a land block and then we generate an NPC that's going to live in that spot, it will stay there. but it's dynamically determined that it's there at time of generation. So that's the idea with NPCs, so that I can just add more and more and more and change it. And I can always go back into this, and there's an NPC table here, and this thing tells me what type it is. So if I go back and make an update to the game, it's like, well, I need to update this type to something different because I want it to act differently. I can just do a backfill script that changes them all, right? So yeah, no, and runs isn't even a thing. Like, this game is persistent, so this world is infinitely growing, persistent, shared world. So you go exploring, and it's not like you're going to hit the edge of the world. It's just never going to end. That's the idea. And as features are added to the game, some stuff will get regenerated in existing zones. Some stuff will be in newer newer areas. It's completely dynamic. It's a pretty ambitious design. I'm not gonna lie about that. I hope I get it to work in the end, but that's what I want. So I'm gonna try to make that happen. um, Systems to me are, I don't want to say simple, but systems are easy. It's the making things look nice and render the graphics and stuff to make that all work. That's going to be the harder part for me. Making the system work, my brain figures that out pretty easily. So, but that's the idea with the NPCs. So we started getting some of this stuff set up last week. But like I said, as I was filling in these dummy ones, I was like, yeah, I have spawn weights, great, but I have nothing in here, Alf, that determines, well, how many of this type should there be? Like, I might have some special types in here that are very rare, and I want to make them very rare. And just a spawn weight's not enough, because even if I make the spawn weight 0.5% or a hundredth of a percent, it could still spawn 1,000 times in the world. That's not rare. That's just doesn't have as big of a chance of being picked as the one to go there. So I thought about it today, and I was like, I need to put on this table some more information. So I need to put stuff like, I thought about max instances. It could be an option. So I have like a max instances and a current number of instances to keep track of it, because I don't want to have to constantly go, all right, well, let's see if I max instances of 4. How many of those do I have in the world? And go look it up every day. Just track it. Just flatten that out and track it. So it's a quick query. So that would be a couple columns. I want to have a min distance between instances of this NPC. There's going to be an overall something. There's going to have to be some overall. Well, there's going to be 2 things, I think, and we kind of already did it on. Which table was it? It would be. Was it terrain types? It might have been terrain types. Yeah, we had. It's a similar idea we did here with terrain types. So my head just started hurting. So we have min land block separation. So what this was determining was, if I go, oh, Alf, don't move. It's rolling over onto my side. So if we look at this one, which is ice, we basically said here that we don't want ice to occur more often than every 10 land blocks. So the big block of land, not the little small ones, no more than every 10 should you see ice, just to kind of keep some. It's not too varied. It was like, there's some sanity to the world, but you have a chance of ice in remote locations, right? So something like this, I was thinking for the NPCs to have like min distance between min. I don't know if it's land blocks or sub land blocks. I feel like it might be land blocks just to kind of keep that not too terribly hard to define or to calculate. Um, Land blocks between that particular NPC type spawning. So that's always going to be a lookup because I don't know how to store that otherwise. So if we have it spawn, it's going to have to go in and use the global coordinates for land blocks and see, which we thankfully already thought about this on NPCs. If we look at our NPCs table, we've got our land block ID X and Y and the sub land block X and Y. So we can figure out how far away we are from the last time this type was spawned pretty easily from a query. And that way we don't have it spawning as often. So that also goes back to rarity, right? You're not going to have the same type. You're not going to have, if it's set to more than 0, not going to have the same type of NPC spawn in the same land block multiple times. Generally. Maybe there's something we come up with at some point that does, but generally it doesn't. Only use sand block if you don't want the spawn, don't want it to spawn in terrain, as an example, water, or an area that is inaccessible. But yeah, so there's a couple things that drive that. So the spawn weights are going to drive what kind of terrain types they can even spawn in. I think there is a argument for saying, I'm trying to remember, why am I going to that? I think in our test stuff already, we have an example of this. I don't think there's a reason why you couldn't have an NPC that just happened to spawn on an island in the middle of a giant block of water, right? And it's not a giant area of water. Everything is accessible. It's just how easily is it accessible? But generally, if there's a certain type of NPC that I want to spawn on land only, I gotta get an ID. Think that guy there. I think I started everything. Yeah, I did. Good. I don't remember if I started all of the services. So if we go like in this one, for example, like even these two little dirt patches here and that dirt patch, those are technically little islands in the middle of this water and ice, right? So you could have an NPC that spawned on there. Now, is it easy to get to? Not terrible in that distance. It could be right in the middle of the ice too, but you can get to it. Like any subland block here, you can get to. It's just how fast you get there and how your chance of survival, right? You might not have any equipment to swim for a long distance, and you will eventually tire and then die. I mean, that's the chance that happens. Is that a huge chance? Probably not huge. I don't want to be incredibly realistic and cruel, but everything you can get to just might take you longer, right? So I'm not too worried about inaccessible areas. It's more of what makes sense for an NPC to spawn. Do we have some aquatic NPC type that spawns in the water? Maybe, but I really wasn't really thinking about that yet. I do have, as part of the NPC types, I thought I had part of the NPC types, a visual representation. I have it on NPCs. So I'm going to need something on NPC types to define visual representation. Well, I say that, haven't totally defined visual representation of stuff yet. As I'm talking out loud, I'm like, well, how do I get there? What it might be is I say, okay, yeah, I got this water, and this type is allowed to spawn there. And then in the code, it knows, okay, well, if I'm spawning an NPC in water, then these are my options for what it looks like. Like, what is it? And it could just be maybe it's a whale, maybe it's some weird mermaid looking thing or whatever that is, right? But that'll get determined and put in the visual representation for it for what it is. But it'll fit. So it could technically be anywhere. Will I have water ones? I don't know. That's why it's a database entry and I can change it whenever I want to. So, um, but I think this is going to limit you to the legit terrain types, and then this is going to limit you how often they can spawn in a land block. I don't have a good number for how many NPCs I want to exist in this space, like in this space, in this single land block. How many NPCs should there be? I don't know yet. I don't know the answer to that question. Part of me also thinks so we talked about min and max amount, or the maximum amount and current amount of this particular type spawned, and then min land blocks in between that particular type. There's also the land blocks from any other NPC. That one's harder to do though, because you may never get that one to spawn. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to limit how many happen in a land block, because I don't want it to be excessive. I don't want dudes standing everywhere. That's weird. And I don't think I have anything on my land block. I don't think terrain types defines anything, does it? Because if we look at, for example, if I click on one of these now, we've got data that comes back. So I have a max number of mobs that I've set on there, loose loot, chests. So we have that at the tier level. So what we've also done on the sub land block is we have tiers, and this defines a lot of different bits about the sub land block, but not the land block as a whole. This is sub land block level tiers. I don't even know where I would define that right now. Because land blocks are really just a placeholder. Or not a placeholder, a container of subland blocks. There's a few things that are set on it just for querying purposes, like do I have a settlement when I generate it? Do I have an active event? Is it Limen influence? These are things, these two active and Limen stuff will change dynamically. Has settlement, won't. These buffed things are just determining did I buff it to get a different terrain type or not. Player count will be dynamic. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking one thing I could do is just have a range that I say that I randomly generate and stick on the land block for max NPC count, right? But the problem with that is, and this is something that's part of what I needed to do today. So if we look at my to-do list, is NPC placement. The settlement tied ones are easy. If the building is generated, put the NPC in there and then roll the other types that are possible, right? Terrain type appropriate's easy. That's the weighted stuff that I have here to determine what terrain type. So that's a solved problem. What I don't have is, let's say I say max 5 NPCs in this area. When it starts generating the subland blocks, there's nothing right now to say spread those out. It's going to probably generate them probably within this first little maybe 10 or 15 subland blocks it generates, and that's terrible. I don't want it clumped up like that. So how do I spread that out? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a database thing. I like it being a database config because then I can tweak it and see how things change. But it's almost feels like I need to have like just a general minimum sub land blocks between NPC spawns when generating a land block, right? Not necessarily outside of the land block, but in this particular land block, once you pick one, it could be like we have some padding, like we have to wait till we're 5 in from an edge before we even consider one, just so it's not too close to an edge, or maybe it's 4, 3, or whatever that is, whatever that number is. And then from there, it could generate one, and then it has to be so many between it before it potentially generates another one. Or maybe the chances are really low until they start really low of getting another one, and then slowly grow as you get further away. So it's not too blocky. Like, oh, I hit 8, I immediately can drop another one in there. It has a chance of dropping it before that. And because it doesn't generate in a just top to bottom or bottom to top or anything generally, it's all around it over time. That'll keep them kind of separated out. So there's 2 problems there. One, where do we put the max in this land block? Is that just something we roll for when we generate the land block? I think that's fair. That max would exclude settlements, obviously, because if we said max of 5 and we rolled a settlement, we got to make sure we have the appropriate NPCs in there, at least. So those don't count. Where would I put the distance between or the weighting? And I guess we can hard code it. We did similar with how we fill this in. And if there's like a land block to the one side of it, it knows there's a padding of 5, and then it does a different pattern to put the rest in there. And there's not a fudge factor, but like a blending factor that gets in, and that's all hard coded. So maybe we just need an algorithm that figures out, what are my chances of even spawning an NPC in the first place? So maybe there's 2 roles. There's a couple of variables. There's one, when we generate the land block, we specify how many are going to go in there. And we can store that. It doesn't really need to be stored because we're going to use it once and done. Well, I say that, but if we regenerate it, we're not using it once and done. Yeah, no, the hard coding. Well, the max. The only thing that would affect, nothing would affect the settlement block. So like this particular one is a settlement block, right? And if it, when we got to generating buildings, if it had 6 buildings in it, or players built buildings in it, and they've got all the buildings in there, those are allowed to always have their NPC. That's just a rule, right? That those numbers don't go toward the max per land block. It would only be additional things in that settlement, because there are NPCs that could additionally spawn inside of the settlement, and anywhere else. So they would have to be completely separate, because that wouldn't work otherwise. So I'm thinking if we put in here, yeah, roaming, they're not going to move, right? They're going to be standing wherever we spawn them. But yeah, so in this case, so let's say we said 5 max in this particular land block. This settlement has all of its buildings, so it's got 12 NPCs in there. We still can get 5 more anywhere in here. Yeah. So including the settlement. Like we can still get more inside the settlement that aren't related to a building, but it doesn't have to. It could be spawned anywhere. And maybe there's a thing where any NPC in the settlement doesn't count towards that. That way, there is, when you do get a settlement, there is a chance of a higher concentration of non-building related NPCs to talk to, right? The rest of the land block is limited by that max number. Maybe that's the rule. I don't have a problem with that because the whole point of a settlement is people. So, so we would want. Let me write down thoughts before I get too far into this. So, settlements always get their building NPCs. Max number of NPCs per land block is rolled between X and Y. We got to figure out what those are. At time of land block generation. Max number does not apply to additional settlement NPCs. Only NPCs in the wild have a padding on the edges of the land block 5 before an NPC is even possible. And what I'm trying to think what mathematically is the right term here. Inverse chance of spawning an NPC the further you get away. So it's a lower chance the closer you are, and a higher chance the further away you are. So, and once an NPC is spawned, as you move further away in subland blocks, the chances of another spawning increases. So, example, if you subland block right next to an NPC, to one with an NPC has a 0.01, well, that's 1%. Do I want to say 1% or I want to say partial percent? Maybe it's like a 0.1%. 0.1% chance of an NPC spawning again. And that increases by how far do we're 51 by 51. So I guess we should determine our max X and Y here. So between 1 and, is 5 the right number? 4? This is one of those things like I need to make a decision, but I don't have any place to store this yet. There's one thing I don't really have in my database right now is just like a random settings table. So like a key value pair table that is just random settings like this that I can say, just cache that settings table and then use that as your max number here. And then I can change that later. Yeah, no, I mean that's what happened here last week. Was I started off with, let's see, where did we start? I started off with none of that, and I was on this one last week, and we added all of that as I talked. Okay, now how do I make that happen? And it just all that stuff came out of it. The same thing's happening now as we're kind of doing. Okay, how do we place them? What else do we need? And we're already adding stuff just to the database config-wise before we even write a line of code just to configure things right. But yeah, I feel like I need a settings thing, just like a general settings. I was hoping to get away with being able to put them all on other tables in here, but I don't know that I'm going to. I think there's things like this that aren't per type in here. They're just general system settings. Because even things like, if we go look at in our core world, no. That's not where it is either. Brain. Use your brain. Remember where this stuff is. Not worker. Is it core? No, this is all just like. Well, the train generator. Here it is. This guy. So I think it's in here somewhere. There's going to be, I think, a 5. Searching for the number 5 in code is dumb, but that's what I'm doing. So, taper depth, this guy here, right? Like that's just a constant in here right now. We just said the taper is going to be 5 coming out of any edge where there's an existing land block next to it. That could be a config value, right? Rather than being hard coded. So if I say, well, it's not doing it as well as I'd like to, make it 6, make it 8, something like that, I can change it. Right now I have to recompile and redeploy for that to work that way. So that kind of stuff and I feel like I need to put somewhere so I can tweak those as I please. I haven't had a lot of those yet, so now's the time to do it before I get too far into it. So even like this, these different ratios and values we're using in determining when things are eligible to be placed and whatnot. It'd be good to have those as configs rather than constants. So I've never been a fan of magic numbers in code. I mean, granted, it's documented well. Like I didn't write it, but it's documented why it's 5. But this one might not be a good one because it's got a. I don't know. It could be a just fine one to put in there. It just never gets changed, right? So it might be one of those things where I add. What would I call that table? System constants or something like that, right? Or maybe just system settings because it might not be. I mean, it's going to technically go into a constant, right? But it's a setting. So system settings. Some things don't fit like this. If I change that, that changes a lot of things. It's not really a good setting to have to be able to change, right? And see, like all this, like this stuff is here is how we do our perturbation for blending the generation of the subland blocks. and I worked through the different versions of that and what they look like, and I landed here. I don't know that I'd make that a setting. Hmm. Yeah, no, this all the perturbation stuff was put in here because it was just looking like you had this boundary, this perfectly straight boundary in the middle that was not good. So this kind of blended it all together. But should these become system settings? I could argue no, just because I don't want it to generate ugly. Like this gets accidentally changed to 1 and then it stops doing it well, right? So, but I can also argue it's a constant in the code. And should that be a system setting anyway? I don't know. I don't know that any of this stuff should be. Um, I don't know. I need a system settings one way or the other, I think, but I don't know that this existing stuff needs to go in there. What I might do, because I'm lazy, is ask Claude to say, spit me out a list of all the constants in my code right now, and just see what they all are, and see what might be worthy of a system setting. I think this one where NPC padding, like it's basically a similar idea of the taper depth here. Um, that one changing midstream isn't the end of the world, right? Same thing with being able to specify something that is going to determine the as you get how far away you are from the current NPC, how much do your chances of getting another one go up each block out. Is that even linear? That might be parabolic. I don't know. Or exponential, not parabolic. Um, and how do you put that kind of setting into a settings table other than JSON? Maybe it is JSON. I mean, that's why I'm calling settings rather than constants, because it could be like a JSON blob that is defines 1 away is 0.01, 2 away is 0.1, 3 away is 2. It could be like that kind of thing, right? So it doesn't have to be just a constant value. It can be an object that defines stuff. Okay, so while we come up with that plan, I have a whole bunch of stuff that I have not PR'd in yet, and I don't remember what all it is. Oh, this is all the stuff from last time. Okay, so let me just on a side conversation here while we're talking through the rest of this. Can you look through the current code and output any constant / magic values um, that could merit being a system setting in the database instead? So let it do that while we talk through the rest of the stuff. So, okay. What to do? So let's just say 1 and 5 for now. This will definitely become a setting. Um, yeah, I think that's fine. I was contemplating in my head, is this also one of those exponential things? Like 1 is most common, but 5 is least common. Like there's actually weights on in there. I could just do it that way too, instead of just being a straight up roll, but that might be a bit excessive. As long as this isn't a horrendously high number, it's probably doesn't matter. It's probably going to roll lower numbers most of the time anyway. So there's a 0.1 chance of that spawning, and that increases by, so if we're saying there's 5 max, if we say by 10 away, you get back to 100%. Is that way? So if we're talking 10, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are here. Oh, here, because we're padding is 5, so it's the 6th one in. Let's say we had one that went in here. We say 10 away, diagonally or horizontally or vertically. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This would be 10. And then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 here. So this would be your, when you get to this spot, you potentially, anywhere on this line, this box, you have a chance of being 100% chance of getting another one. But you could spawn earlier if you happen to catch it. I don't want it to always be at 10, so I need it to ramp up faster so that it's almost guaranteed once you get to 10. And then that allows it so that there's even a chance of getting to 5. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 6. Where is it? 8, 10, 3. Can't even get that one 100% because that's within 5 of the sides. So this would be the first. That's 4. You can get 4 diagonally at that point. I'm just trying to think of like, so 5 might not even exist. Might just be 4. It doesn't have to be. It won't happen in this diagonal. It's going to happen anywhere in here, right? And it technically can spawn right up here, right out the gate, and then have to deal with math all over the place, right? So, so is 10 the right number, or is it lower if we want to go to 5? Because that's 4 diagonally here, but that doesn't mean you can't have more here and down here. So you could technically have 2 or 3 here and 2 or 3 here and 4 here. That's 7. I mean, that 5 might be okay in keeping it at 10. Again, why we're going to make it a setting? Because I don't honestly have a clue what makes sense there. And that chance, it needs to be exponential. So that increases by, if we double it, that's not going to be enough because that's barely going to get us up. It's going to have to be like 10x on the first one gets you to 1%. 10x on the next one then gets you to 10, and then 10x on the next one gets you. That's too much. So 5x gets you to a half, 2.5, 15. No, 12.5. And then that's 60. And then you're at 100. So that's only getting you 5 blocks away. So 5x is too high. So 3x? Maybe it wasn't too far off. 2x. I mean, I could just do this math in a spreadsheet and not have to do it in my head. So, blocks away, chain, multiplier. So 0 blocks away, you're 0. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. You're 1 block away. Your multiplier is 0.01. This is a percentage. Format as percent, 1 decimal place. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So if we took this times 3, copy that and paste it down here. Gets there too quickly. Is it really? I didn't think 2 was going to be enough, but maybe it is. Not enough. 2.5? Nope. 2.25? 1.33, you think? I think that's too low. 2 wasn't enough. 2 got us to like 51% at 10. So I'm sure there is a smart person math way to do this, but I'm not that smart person in math. So now we're getting close. 147% at 2.25. 2 not 1. 2.33, you think? 2.25 was just slightly too high, so it might be like 2.15. 2.3 was close. Yeah, it's close enough. Once it gets to it. And to be fair, 10 doesn't mean you have to spawn it. It just doesn't reduce your chance by much at that point. So maybe it's 2.15 times each. So that, let's say, the math that we'll do will be on the spawn weights, and we're in whatever C is. I don't know what C is. Cave. And we're in a cave, and it's a 30% chance of it spawning in that cave. It's 30% times 0.1% when you're right next to it, right? So you have 0.03% chance of spawning that NPC. There's a chance, so you're saying there's a chance, but it's tiny, it's minuscule. And you really don't get a high chance until you get a decent. And that was the key here. Was I wanted to make sure that it grew exponentially so that it's not. It takes a while for you to have a better chance. Like 20% chance at 8 is decent. You still at 30%, a fifth of that isn't great, but it's not horrible. Was that 6% chance? So yeah. But again, why I need that to be a setting, because is what's our starting percentage, and then what is our multiplier per block away? Block away minus 1, because this would be 2.15 times 9. Let's just do that math. So equals this times your blocks away minus 1 times 2.15. I got to put parentheses around that for order of operations to ensure it does what I want it to do. And that needs to be formatted the same way I did the other one. I could use Format Painter, but you know what? I'm already here. That's not right. So we have to say 1 is all. So the math doesn't work on this guy. It only works on the other ones. Wait. No, I'm wrong. I am wrong. This is always a 2 or a 3. No. Wait a second. B2. What was it before? Yeah, B2. This is always B2. Oh, didn't leave him B2, did it? You piece of crap. Well, math is clearly wrong. Well, is it? Let me think. So that one's right. A3 minus. Well, no. Oh, I know I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Because it's got to build off the previous one. So this one's right because it is building off the previous one. Even if I change that to B2, that's still wrong because it has to build off the previous one. And that's not right anymore either. I mean, this is the only math that actually works how I want it to. How do I get there? In a formula that I don't have to. All right, brain. All right, let me step away from it and read this, and then we'll come back, and I'll have a genius thought by the time we come back. That's how it always works. Change topics, come back, you figure it out. It is a broad code bit, and I should have probably narrowed it quite a bit. Okay, so yeah, I can see that one being a no buff, the no buff percent being a setting. I'm curious. It points it out, doesn't it? Yeah. So that is used. Okay, yeah, so this is a totally. Do I get it or not? Yeah, so that's definitely a candidate for it. Retry back off cap. Lamb block generation queries. You know, that's something that I can see just recompiling for. That's not like a real time change. Alf, settle. Bum, 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 bum. No, that's fine. This is fine. These ones don't matter. The worker stuff, that's already. That's just. If something's not right, that's going to get fixed. Grid size, that can't change. So far, one. Good. I'm glad I don't have a lot. I don't want there to be a lot. So that means I have to remember all that crap. All right. So let's go back up above this because we got to make a constants table first. Create a system settings table. Settings. Table in the definitions database. That is always cached. Boom. Okay. Max share of placed total. Anti-monopoly cap per terrain type. That's something that if that is tweaked, that potentially changes how things look if they're generating weird. So I could see that being a setting. And since I commented saying it's a knob, I should probably make it a setting. Edge penalty factor. What the hell is that? Edge lines. Okay, so that is. That goes into play with our how things words hard uh, how we take existing land blocks and feather them into the new ones. So that seems like that should be something. The near tie threshold perturbation amplitude. I feel like we just make all of these settings. I mean, these are things that rather than having to recompile and redo things, I just change the setting, restart the worker, and regenerate. I don't have to rebuild everything. Yeah, I think all of those are going to go in there. Taper depth, yeah. 588. This is not on line 588. Oh, no, it's just the divide by 10. Okay. So what is this? This is compute elevation. I'm not even totally like in love with how we're doing this right now anyway, so I'm going to hold off on that one. I haven't even determined if elevation is something that I'm going to keep in the game that we generate. I don't know yet. I haven't figured out. The thing that it does, the thought of what it was going to be for was for travel time calculation. Like if you're moving into something that's a higher elevation, it's going to be slower than going downhill, right? That's the general reason for this. So if this is generally getting me that, great. If it's not, then we got to revisit it anyway. So I don't know that this it's getting me a value to it's getting me a decimal that is excessive as well. So I just give me maybe one decimal place, but it's giving me like 12 or 20 or something. It's too much. I know that much. But we haven't refined it yet, so that's fine. Settlement proximity, search radius directly drives tier bucketing. Distance less than or equal to 25. Now that one. Hmm. Basically, what that does is that caps the distance from a settlement you have to be before none of the chances of getting any of the tiers changes. I don't know if that's ever going to change. Because then it goes into choose tier. And inside there, this distance to settlement, effective distance. So the only reason that would change is if in tiers we add new tiers. So that probably needs to be configurable. The only thing that happens is if I introduce new tiers, existing world will never get them because they're set at the time that we generate the land block. It would have to be some process that corrects them over time or something. I just hate that because then you make content irrelevant. And that's the problem with a lot of games these days is they add expansions, new world areas, and it makes the content irrelevant. So I think the only thing that I would change is What do you think, Alf? You seem to have a thought because you just stuck your head up here. The only thing I would change is maybe those min range for settlements go up a little bit. I don't know that I'd add a new tier. And if I remember, I think mob types we said is only based off of tiers, right? Tiers are just, yeah, so 1 through 4 and then a boss tier. Yeah, well. What do you think, bud? Do you think there's a chance that your dad is going to add a 5th tier out of the blue and have to recalculate everything? I think pre-game go live, there's a chance, right? But post go live, I don't think there's a chance. I don't know that that's going to change. And it's not like it. Yeah, I think we just leave that alone. Because we're not going to change the 51 either for the land block width. So I think that one stays. I don't think we touch that guy. Okay, so we are going to put the in here. Of course. Of course. Okay. Max elevation delta per adjacent cell, 25 plus the entire per train elevation band table. Biggest gap train type is already seated. Admin tunable table with elevation bands never made it in. This whole dictionary lives only in code. Huh? Oh. Huh. I didn't put that in there, huh? Why didn't I put that in there? That's the next question. Is why on terrain types did I not have that in here? I feel like I did at one point. Did I remove it because I was dumb? Because I have weather ranges. Why wouldn't I have elevation ranges? I swear we had that at one point. Again, it just goes back to what I'm using this for. And when we generate our subland blocks, we're only putting a single elevation. No, we're putting a min and max. In meters, mind you. This is just too many decimals. I think that needs to change eventually. Because you see it here too. You see even the wind speed 3.24. No. Too much. Do I not show the elevations here, huh? I need to add that too. Man, things just added to the to-do list. All right, hang on. So add min max elevation bands to the terrain types table instead of being hard coded. Also show the generated min max in the admin tool. For wind speed, round to the nearest. Do I care about decimals on this? Probably not. Whole number. For elevation, round to 1 decimal place because it's in meters. So you could have a partial meter. That's fair, but 2.4 kilometers an hour in wind speed? Nah, nobody reports that. It's 2. It's 2.8. It's 3. So those need to get tweaked. All right, so then that takes all that crap out of that. It's no longer in system settings. It's settings. It's just not on the system settings table. Increasing, decreasing multiplier step curves. Oh, these are like, man, these are old school. These are from my original test program. Where would I even put that? I mean, that could be in system settings as JSON, right? Factor settings. Everything else about this stuff is in the data. Yeah, that definitely needs to go in there. That would be that needs to go in for sure. Uh, 0.5 hard-coded ceiling on Limen boosted mob spawn weight. The adjustment itself is you back. The cap isn't. Okay, so we dealt with this last time. So this was I'd probably already lost. Maybe I lost it. Let's see. Might have been in here. Yeah. Because we said we didn't want to buff above 50%. If that number were to change, that would mean that these would potentially be changing too, which are also configured in the database. And a similar thing is going to apply to resources. It's the question of, do I want to buff rares more than 50 up to 50%, right? That's really what the question that's being asked is. I don't think so, because that's. I mean, these are all configurable though. So maybe it's something like max buffed spawn chance. Yeah, okay. I'm on the fence on that one, but it's not going to hurt to have it as a configuration item. No dedicated subsystem rise in the settlement terrain type row plus items 1 and 12 above. So no, that's all configurable though. Like there's not a hard coded value there. So I don't know. Yeah, whatever. This is just our test stuff. Yeah, we'll get to that. That'll come later. Worker Josh and broadcast. No, not gonna worry about that. Eh. Whatever. Jitter bounds. No, that's fine. I'm going to do the same thing on the wind and the elevation, so that's fine. Biggest action. Yeah, I mean, that's valid. I think all this, everything. I think these ones that we put in here, just these, make sense, and then we'll have to add in what we talked about down here is this value, the max per land block, and then this thing that we're coming up with here. And maybe let's think. How do we store this? I just wish it was a formula. There's got to be a formula I can use here. My brain isn't thinking about it. Okay, so 1, 2, so it's just the previous value times. So there's a way to do this. 2.15 to the x. Yes. Okay, now how do I do that in Excel? So it is, this doesn't go here. I don't know how it does. Does that work for exponential in Excel? I don't think it does. It did. Nope. Oh, wait. No. It's always 0.1. It's not just B3. It's just 0.1. This needs to be hard coded as 0.1, not a cell value. Bam. Got it. Cool. All right. I knew there was a way to do it in math. Math is hard. All right. So we need to be able to store a base multiplier for NPC spawn and a exponential factor for spawn, for NPC spawn. And just having those two and the blocks away gets us how much it debuffs the chance of an NPC spawning. Okay. Yay. Now it's just two values, not some crazy JSON thingy. There's probably something similar we could even do in this thing. Not that thing. This thing. There's probably something. It's not times 2 consistently at all. We did some weirdness, so there isn't anything for that one. Not the way it's written now. This one is a little bit more of a pattern, like until you get to 5, it's 0.5. And then it goes up by 0.1 every time. This one's not that way, though. We'll just put that there in JSON. That's fine. Yeah, Mr. Ralph. And then we just have to make sure in the code that we cap it at 100%. So, and that increases by, and each block further away is calculated by this. we'll do this so it's same notation. Distance -1. We see distance equals 1. I think that's how we've been doing the distance in the past. I'm questioning myself now. Do we say 1 right next to it as a distance of 1? I guess it has to be, because 0 would be on top of it, would be it. Yeah, because we're taking the coordinates, so the coordinates would be 1 away. So yeah, it has to be 1. Okay. And technically, if it does that, it's going to be more of a circle rather than a straight block like I noted on here. So it's going to be different anyway. Okay. So that's our formula for MPC spawning chance reductions. So much math. What I expected, though, doing this. All right. What else was part of this that we needed to add? We need to, so the maximum receipt per land block is rolled between 1 and 5. Setting. Maximum does not apply to additional NPCs. Have a padding on the edge of the land block 5, question mark. Setting. For an NPC even possible. Both the 0.1% base and 2.15 exponent are settings. Well, it's not even an exponent, it's a factor. The exponent is the distance -1. Let's see. We have not noted on here. We need to add the number that was rolled to the land block. And then on NPC types, we need to have max occurring. It's going to be like the NPC, the names that we're using, where we're tracking how many there are, so we don't reuse the same one really quickly. We order them by use, take the lowest number, and all of the ones that are in that lowest number then get a rand on that lowest number, and that gets picked. So if max use is 10 on one of these and 1,000 on another one, it's got to be weighted though, because we don't want that 10. Let's say there's 100 different ones and we've rolled them all once. We don't want to immediately, okay, now that 10th one has a chance to come back. I think it needs to be weighted by the max too. That's not an issue on naming, because naming is just names. There's no max on those. They're just going to get used. But this, I feel like the max has to be taken into account in the weighting of what is picked. So there's the weighting of it happening in a particular land block or terrain type, and then there's also the weighting of its rarity based off of its current existing number and max number. So it's basically going to be take its max, the max of all the possible ones we're going to roll for, sum it up, make the roll, and then figure out which one it falls into. And the ones that have thousands are going to have a better chance of falling into it than the ones with 10. So that makes its rarity what it is. So that's what we would do there. All right, so let's write this down. I forget. Already forgot. So add max number of NP. Actually, it's already here, and store on land block table for reuse during regen. Okay. Add max number. No, we already did that. So add the following on NPC types. So current number. How many currently exist of this type? Max number. Max in the entire world. -1 means infinite. Well, that becomes a problem. So I said that and immediately like, well, the math I just said doesn't work if I make -1 that setting. Ugh. You're funny, Al. I know. Because there's going to be types that are just spawn them however. But I also, I say that. Now, is there going to be? Or is there some logical max to any of these? Maybe if there's more. Well, maybe that's what it is. So maybe this isn't a thing. And if I start running out of NPCs, I got to make new ones. And they might have the same dialogue, right? But maybe it's just I tweak them. I just add more just to kind of muddy up the pool. Eventually, the ones will get used up. Well, not really if we're ordering by the ones that are used the most. Is that weight dynamic, or do we have another thing on here that is overall chance? And then we do summing up of all the max number. Or do we even have max number and we just use weight? Maybe that's the way to go. We just have to, they're just the challenge with that is, let's say if we're rolling all these different weights, there's a chance that we end up with just the rare thing. I mean, I guess it's fine, but because we're gonna have to, there's gonna be multiple rounds of rolling to make these to determine the NPCs, right? There's gonna be, okay, we're in grass. All right, give me all the NPC types that can possibly spawn in grass. Let's roll and figure out which one of those potentially happens, right? So it'll pick one of those. Or is it that where it always picks one? Or each one individually rolls and then we build up a pool of ones that successfully rolled. And then we do a second roll based off of that pool that says, okay, here's their overall spawn chance in the NPC type table. And then do a roll there. Is that individually or is that summed up where you're guaranteed to get one? I feel like it's I don't want to ever be like a guarantee I'm going to get one. I feel like that's just asking for it to pop instantly as soon as it has a good chance, right? And that feels weird. It could be max 5, but there could be 0 in that land block, and that's fine. That is perfectly acceptable. I think it has to be individual. So then you roll individually overall. Does it have its chance to spawn? And you've reduced your pool or eliminated it entirely, right? And then if you haven't eliminated it entirely, is there anything else that gates it? Then we order by current number in the world, ascending, get the lowest number, or do we order by max number, descending, get the highest number, and spawn that guy? So that makes that rare guy really rare. Because if there's anything else with it, it's never going to win that roll. It's never going to win that ordering. Hmm. Thinking. So we roll individually for terrain type. We roll the resulting group individually of NPC type. We have some left. Max number. I feel like the current number has to be in there somewhere. Like maybe it's the percentage of the max ordered by. So if it's 10 max and there's one, that's 10%. If it's a 10,000 max, and it's 10 or or 100, that's 1%, right? Yeah, 1%. So that one's going to be, it's had less of its pool used, so it's going to use that first. Hi, Blue Mind. How are you doing? Um, man, I don't know about that last one. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't spawn the rare ones instantly. All right, so let's kind of, before we finish the comms we need, how to determine if an NPC spawns. So we're going to say by terrain type, roll each possible NPC type individually and get a pool that pass the roll. And then by NPC type, roll each remaining NPC. Time you were here, but we've done we did a lot last time, last week. We kind of worked out a lot of details about building types and skills and NPC types and things like that. And this week we're getting into how do we actually pick which NPCs to spawn and where. Guarantees of NPCs and settlements for different services and whatnot if they exist, but in the wild world, how do we make it so that they don't clump up in a little group because they all spawn at once? Like when we do our random generation, they all spawn really quick. Versus, and then also have ones that are rarer than others. Trying to figure out how to get what the math is to do that, right? But I mean, we've got our admin tool. We started spawning mobs. I forget last time you were in here, so I don't remember exactly what you've seen, but we do spawn mobs now. We've got the mob types all defined. There's a lot of dummy data in there to get things going, right? Like none of the flavor is final yet, but mob types with different tiers, names of different tiers and everything spawn with stats and everything now. When I pick any of these sub land blocks, it generates all of that data now and the mobs dynamically. That one got one, man. That was a crappy roll. So we've got that going. So now we're figuring out NPCs. We've got data in our NPC types again, dummy data. I caveat that with anything you see here is dummy data. We're just going to leave it at that, just to get math working, right? Every building type that we have, which our building types are defined here except for housing, have a related NPC, so they're tied to it with a building type ID. So they're guaranteed to spawn if that building exists in a settlement or is built in a settlement by a player. But then again, dummy stuff here. There will be hundreds of other types of NPCs, but we just got some dummy stuff in here for now. Quest givers, collectors, info givers, silent, mute people, whatever. And then those are not tied to a building. They are tied to terrain types in here and chances of spawning that terrain type. But this isn't enough to do it, because if we just left it at, well, that type of NPC can spawn in these 5 different terrain types and these rates, you're almost guaranteed to get them to spawn really quick as we generate one of these entire land blocks, right? Because there's 2,600 blocks in here. And you're going to start generating somewhere. They're all going to pop. And then, so we're trying to figure out how to spread those out in an organic manner, not like, oh, there's one here and one here and one here and one here. That's boring. Spread them out, and then also have a rarity level of the type of NPC. Like you might have an NPC there are only going to be 10 of in the entire world, and you want that to be a very rare roll, right? So we're going through that now to figure out what we need to add to do that. We've already, for spreading them out, we went through this exercise of what is the formula to get this kind of exponential growth chance of, you've spawned an NPC, now I'm one subland block away. What's the chance that I'll spawn another one, and then have that grow exponentially as you get further away, so they're not too clumped up. So that's part 1 of it, right? And then now we're looking at the rarity aspect of things, of getting ones that spawn less often than others so that they're rare. So that's the next thing that we're trying to figure out. Have I done any Technicap stuff? I'm not sure I follow the word. Not graphical. I mean, all of this is not graphical. I mean, this isn't even graphics. This is colors and text. But yeah, I mean, like back end technical stuff. All of this, when I can, in this tool now, I can click on a subland block, and everything you see on the right here is dynamically generated. So all the mobs that spawn and their stats and everything, what they are, their archetype, and then their name, and the dynamic information, how many mobs you're going to get, how much loot, how many chests, that kind of stuff. That's all. Every time I click one of these, is doing that dynamically now. So it's determining based off of the tier of the sub land block that was generated at the time of the land block generation, what mobs are going to be there when the player enters it, and then their stats and everything. So that's happening now. We've got our, like, this is an ice buffed land block. These aren't normally going to be this close together, but gotta wake up the API here. Hang on. There we go. A water buffed one. This next one's going to be, I think, a mountain or a desert. This is a desert buffed zone. So we've got a way now that we can dynamically. Yeah, we haven't done any graphical stuff yet. This is all just still getting systems working, right? We're populating the world with stuff, and then we got to make that stuff do things, right? We're not even to the point of making graphical stuff. That's way down our list. So if we look at our plan, once we get NPCs and settlements spawning, which maybe this week, next week, we get that done. Then we deal with the travel systems, how we get people to move around, and travel times, implement all of our skills that we've come up with, all the loot generation, gathering stuff, combat, death, crafting, all that stuff has to happen. And then way down here, we get into our graphical layer. So that's a ways out. I mean, we're talking many months away. This year, probably that's very optimistic to think I'm going to get the graphics this year. There's a lot of systems to build. It's a very ambitious project. So I'm not to say I won't start on graphics in advance. Like I do need to get some practice making graphics. So I will probably start working on things that I think I'm going to need, but not actually have them in the game yet. Like I know I need to figure out, okay, how do I take this bit? This is right now is literally text. These are actually all buttons now. A button that's green with a G on it, and make this into a nice looking graphical display. Like things blend together and whatnot. Like I have an idea in my head how I'm going to do that, but I have to execute that plan, right? And I got to figure that part out. So it's not to say I'm not going to do any graphic work, but it's not going to be in the application. Now I will say part of all of these phases up to here, there is a piece in each one of them that says I need to make sure the client API handles these new systems. And to make sure that client API works means I have to actually tie it into Godot and make sure Godot can handle the requests and responses and do stuff with them. So there's going to be some dummied up UIs just to make sure these different bits work, but it's not going to be anything final yet. It's way too early for any final graphics. So I think probably starting in when we get to phase 4 here, which is after we finish up this NPC and settlement stuff, I'm making myself slowly get into Godot and make things function, right? Look pretty, another story. Function, yes. So I have to start making that stuff work. So dummied. Yeah, Americans like saying dummied. So dummying something up is basically making a you can maybe prototype as another word for it. It's not exactly what I would do, but it's a placeholder. There you go. Dummied up is like making placeholders for things. So this view here is a placeholder for what the final graphical pretty version will look like. It's a dummied up grid of letters and colors, right? It's a placeholder for it in the final version. This will be nice graphics that make everything blend nicely and look real as best you can in a 2D graphical world, right? So that's what dummied is. It's just like it's a placeholder for something just to keep on. Same thing if in the context of this database stuff here, the NPC types. I said this is all dummied up data. Like these 4 are dummied. They're all dummied up, but these are really dummied up NPC types. Just I need a placeholder that says, okay, here's some NPC types that have some spawn weights and terrain. I don't care what they're called. I don't care what they do. I just need the data to exist so I can test with it, right? So it's a placeholder for the final values. All of this stuff is subject to change over time. And that's why it's in a database, because I don't want to have to hard code the stuff in code and then rebuild to get it to change. I want to be able to say, okay, I got the system working. Now I can actually go make some real NPCs and give them some real legitimate name formats and dialogue and all of that stuff out of it, right? So this is all just placeholder, dummied up stuff. So, because if I spent time making the final version of everything before I actually built the system and tested it, I would never finish because I'm horrible at doing that in a timely manner. So if I can get it all working with placeholder data and configurations and stuff like that, then I can just take my time making the final version of it and concentrate on that, make it fit the aesthetics of the game, the flavor of the game, get all the little details fine tuned, and not have to worry about, well, is this even gonna work? Like I at that point I'll know it works, and I can just get all those little details filled in. So just a way to get through the system building faster. By no means is it there for the end game. But it gives us an idea. Like having this pretty, I say pretty, but having this view of a land block over, just so you can get an idea, this data here in this table, this is 800 records, or this is actually 200 records of thing. It's not even, it's a fraction of the definitions of what it takes to generate this. There's 2,600 little blocks here, which means there's 2,600 records in this table that define that block that you see. Looking at this, I can't tell you if it looks good or not. But having it take that data and then put it into a placeholder prototype of, okay, this is how it renders. This is the order of the blocks and what they look like. Let you just test, right? It doesn't have to be pretty yet. It just needs to be visualized. So that's dummying stuff up. That's making something to the point that it functions for a test, and that's it. You refine all that stuff later. But yeah, but going into phase 4, once I finish the NPC and settlement stuff, going into phase 4, I have told myself I need to make sure that everything I do now starts working in Godot, in the 2D graphics engine, which means I will have a lot of placeholder graphics and buttons and text and stuff just to make sure that, hey, if I click this on this scene, this happens, right? It ain't going to be pretty, but it's going to be there. It's going to start to function, right? So, howdy, Zaz. How are you doing? We are good. Alpha's he's coming back over slowly. Now he's just staring at me. He's ready for his haircut tomorrow, aren't you? It's hot. I know. Get a haircut for the rest of the summer. Okay, I will guarantee, Blue Mine, I will forget everything in about 4 hours when I go to sleep, and then you'll have to remind me again. But glad you're here either way. I'm just terrible with names. Howdy, Max. I don't know if I want to call you Max or Potatoes. I feel like Max is more formal than Potatoes. But if you go by Potatoes, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'll go by Max. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there on this all. But yeah, Alpha's licking my hand. He's being impatient as usual. He wants his pee break. I know you do. So, but I got people here talking to me. I don't want to just stand up and walk away now, Alf. That's rude. Come here. Come here. Come say hello. Come here. Get over here. Get over here, you big boy. You big fur face. So what are we programming right now? Programming right now is our brain trying to solve problems. So what we're working on now is we've got we've got our land blocks and our sub land blocks and all this stuff generating. We've got, if I click on any of these sub land blocks, it'll generate dynamically. Well, that one clearly got no mobs in it, but this one here, it generates mobs based off of the tier and all that stuff. So we're starting to populate the world is what we're doing now. So we're getting mobs generated. Next step is NPCs and then the buildings and services and settlements. So we're currently working on NPC placement, working through some stuff. We're having to add a lot of settings and things so it's configurable. Doing math. Uh, math is the fun part. Just it doesn't seem like it's hard. Like you see, oh look at there's a pattern here, right? You're taking the previous one times 2.15. All right. Well, what's the formula for that? And then we're figuring out the formula for that. Yeah. So it's not hard formula. Like this isn't hard. It's just an exponential thing. But it was figuring out, okay, what is this? How do I get this as close to 100% at 10 as I can? We just started changing numbers. But so figuring out formulas for determining chances and spawn rates. And now I'm walking through, okay, how do I determine which NPC type to spawn if I'm going to spawn it? So we've got, hi, Alf, you're just pushing now. You're being pushy. We've got spawn weights for terrain types already set up in here, but that's not the only gate to get something to spawn. We've got the distance from the previous NPC that we want to make sure we're not clumping them all up next to each other. There are going to be rarer NPCs than others, so that's what we're working through now is figuring out how to make an NPC rare. And I don't think I've actually solved that yet, so we're working on that. I'm kind of writing down what are the math steps to figure out, am I going to spawn an NPC in this zone? And I just realized I need to add into this bit this what's it called? Al, if you're not helping me think of the word I'm trying to think of, because I can't even see my keyboard to find where my hand is. There we go. All right. Have a good evening, Blue. Thanks for stopping by. There's a word for this, and I can't think of what it is, but the thing that makes the chance less. That's not the right word. That's not the word, but that's the function of it. But this roll, including the reduction. That's a close word, but not the exact word. Reduction multiplier. Now, do I do that same reduction multiplier on the overall chance of an NPC to spawn? Or a type to spawn? I feel like I should? I don't know. Thank you, Max. It's a I wouldn't say a slog. It's because I'm enjoying it. It's a challenge building all of these systems and making them work together. But thanks for stopping in. Do I make that chance also reduced by that multiplier? We're doing it on the terrain type chance. That's going to mostly kill it. But do I do it again? Or at that point, do I say, if you made it through the first check, you have a chance here now? Just based off of its overall chance. Now, we were also talking that, is it an actual... All right, good luck finding the kitty. is it an actual percentage chance we put on the NPC type, or do we make it based off of the max number allowed? Or do we even use max number unless. One thing I worry about is like, I don't want. uh, I could see that being a thing Alf does one day, but he'd come back to his dad. You just gotta get the treats out and lure them in with food. It always works. Um, are there NPC types I just don't have a max of? I feel like there probably are. So if I have that, then I can't really use that as my ratio. So maybe based off of who gets in this initial pool, we roll all the ones that have no max first and then go to the rare one. If those don't succeed, it makes that one really rare. Hop up. Yeah, I know. You are just all up in my grill right now. Hmm. This is a conundrum that I don't have an answer for, but I need an answer for it to continue. You like that? Is that a good spot to scratch right there, Al? Making little grunty noises. Hmm. You're falling, boy. Are you falling asleep on me? I don't know. I don't. How do I make rare NPCs rare? That's where I'm going. Like, there's one thing to say it has a chance of spawning because it's on a terrain type that it's allowed to spawn on, and it rolled and passed that roll with our reduction multiplier. And I think that's step one. But how then do I make the types that passed it have weight of whether they spawn or not, and not just spawn? Like, rare ones need to be rare. Like, if let's say there's 10 max in the world, if that's even a reasonable number. That's the thing. I don't even know if it's a reasonable number. Um, I don't want it to spawn all 10 of them quickly. I mean, it needs to be a lot over time. Um, I mean, another thing that I guess could work instead of it just being weighted is a date of last spawn, and make there be a minimum time between the time it last spawn and the next spawn. Like, it actually be time gated. That's not a horrible idea. It's not a requirement to be set on everything, but maybe that is one way to make rares really rare. Is time gate it. Could be a combination of weight and time gating. Because then that guarantees just that oddball. Oh, it got two lucky rolls in a row. You don't get two of them right next to each other, right? It just can't happen, right? Hmm. Ow. You're licking my arm. So a time gate, a low percent overall chance. And then is there even a max number at that point? Is that enough? Because as soon as I put a max number in there, what that does is it means there's a chance that they all spawn and then the rest of the world is meaningless. And that just goes back to the breaking the rule of not making content obsolete, right? Like if there's no chance you're ever going to find this rare NPC anywhere again, then all that content, new content, all the new world that's explored, if that's what you're looking for, it's obsolete to you. So maybe there is no max. There's just time gate / low percentage as well. So even if when you pass the time gate, you still have a really low chance of spawning it. And that roll just now the question is like on the first gate here we do with this with the reduction multiplier, if we get 5 NPCs that are possible or 10 or 20 or whatever it is, and it includes the rare one, what then do we do? Like what order do we determine out of that pool of NPCs do we pick? Do we order them? Maybe we order them by weight and then also the last spawn time ascending so that ones that have spawned longer ago last go first. That also helps the variety because it hasn't spawned in a while. It will get ones that haven't, it's not going to get one that just spawned first. It's going to get one that hasn't spawned in a while first. Huh. Now we're getting somewhere. We're getting rid of the max. I think current number's somewhere in here. Maybe. Is it? Maybe current number ascending as well. So current number ascending, spawn chance descending, last spawn ascending. I don't know if that's the right order of those. Because it could be spawn chance descending. Well, no, because then you might get some that spawns constantly, and that gets ugly. So I think it might even be current number ascending, last spawn ascending, weight descending. So chance, I forget what we call this in the other tables. Chance to spawn, whatever we call it in the other tables. We'll look at the other tables. Weighted chance of spawn overall. And then last spawn, I forget what we call them, date, time. I forget. I have completely forgotten my naming conventions. Last time the NPC type spawned. So then by NPC type, roll each remaining NPC type individually, ordering by current number ascending, last spawn date time ascending, and then chance to spawn descending. First one to pass the roll wins and spawns. And if nothing passes, appsing passes, then nothing spawns. Easy. Okay. It might work. Because then we don't have to have a max spawn. So that makes content relevant. It makes NPC types possible forever. It doesn't put a cap on them. Well, I also need a column that says, well, how long do I have to wait for last spawn time? Uh, min time. I guess it's probably, what would it be? I don't know if it's going to be minutes. Maybe min hours. Min hours between spawns. So the number of hours that have to elapse before the NPC is even eligible to spawn again. So that has to get ruled out. Rule out any NPC types that have not surpassed their min hours between spawn. Hours? Hours? And I put min on here twice. You know, something like that. Eligible is not right. L, is it two L's? No, L is. I'm terrible at spelling. I? Yeah, okay. What letter's wrong? That elevation wrong up here. Um, so that gets some rare spawns and spreads the types out. Mm. Dog. You can wait till I get to a stopping point to let you out. You can. You don't have to be rude about it, boy. Let's see here. Use the hard coded values in the database migration script. So I do that. So we need to do those for wind speed. Those are going to be changes. Clean up existing data. Well, do those actually, hang on, those on subland blocks. The elevation will have to get cleaned up for sure. I don't think. Dog. Come here. Saddle. In here. Yeah, we don't have those. That's just a so the that's at time of whatchamacallit, entry to the subland block. So that doesn't have to be, there's no existing data to round on that. We don't need to do up that for wind speed. When generating dynamically. and clean up existing data. When generating subline blocks. Okay, so these are just some cleanup things we came up with we got to do. And then here, let me read that. I don't know that this is enough to get Claude to do the coding of this design. Let's see. So settlements always get their building NPCs when that subland block is generated. But can also get additional ones if they meet the same rules defined below. Maximum NPCs per land block is rolled between 1 and 5 at the time of land block generation and stored on the land block table for reuse during regen. Max number does not apply to additional summon NPCs, only NPCs in the wild. Have a padding on the edges of the land block 5 setting before an NPC. Have a padding on the padding of sub land blocks on the edges of the land block 5 setting before an NPC is even possible. Outside, I think settlements have a similar thing anyway. Outside of settlements, and once an NPC is spawned, as you move further away in sub land blocks, including settlements. As you move further away in subland blocks, chances of another spawning increase. Starts very low, but then increases. Yeah, so that works there. Add the following NPC types. Current number, how many currently exist of this type? Default 0. Default 0. Nullable. Default 0. By terrain type, roll each possible NPC type individually that has a spawn chance on that terrain type individually. Okay. Another level of depth that I just thought about as I was typing that is tier. So we don't have anything in the tiers that says like spawn chance for NPC type, but on NPC type, I feel like either on NPC type or in here actually, we have two ways we can do this. My idea. One, have a min and a max tier for that terrain type that this percentage applies to, or just have tier, and if it's available in all 4 tiers, you define it. If it's not, then you only define the tiers it's available in. And then that way, that's another rarity thing where you have to be in a tier 4 to get certain NPC types, right? So that does it. And well, no. These are static, so limit influence doesn't matter. No. That'll just be parts of an event that makes things appear in those zones. So, yeah. Okay. But yeah, no, I think tier, I feel like just adding a tier here is good. So on the spawn chance, oops, add tier to the NPC type spawn weights table and default to 1. So then by terrain type and tier, roll each possible NPC type that has a spawn chance on that terrain type / tier individually and get a pool that passed the roll, including, well, this is very poorly worded, as a spawn chance. Well, hang on, that still doesn't get the point across what I want here. Let's see. The terrain type tier individually and get a pool that passed the roll. The spawn chance should be multiplied by that reduction multiplier, where that multiplier caps at 1, at 100%. AKA, it should never increase the spawn chance, only decrease. Gotta be very clear here. Multiplied distance from last NPC All right. Real NPC types that have surpassed their min hours between spawns. Roll any NPC types in the remaining pool that have surpassed their min hours that have not surpassed their min hours between spawns. By NPC type, roll each remaining type individually, ordering by current number ascending, last spawn date ascending, chance to spawn descending, first one to pass, first NPC type to pass the roll wins and spawns, and if nothing passes, then nothing spawns. Okay. Think that's clear-ish. Oof. All right. So let's do this. Let's take this bit of design that we spent the last, 2.5 hours coming up with. Does it have the number of lines selected? No. 24 lines of notes. 24 lines of notes and turn it into code. So let's go here and do some replacements. Replace that with nothing. All right, so let's give some context here to. So it got that value. Oh, but that's not the only bit that we want this to do. We also want to go through this stuff I forgot. Yeah, huge. All right, create a system settings table and definitions database that is always cached by the application and replace the hard-coded values in code with the config value instead. Land block, terrain buffer browser, CS. Let's give this a little more definition of what this is. It's clear. Okay, that should be enough. We did note down in this stuff. I'll make that 0 and 5. Max value is a setting in the new table. Both the 0.1% base and 2.1 factor are settings in the new table. I think what's going to have to happen, probably need, this is a key value pair type settings table, but probably need to define the data type on each record as well for reading into and using in the application. So like if it's a string, eventually we'll probably have some strings that are magic values or something. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. It reads it as a string object. If it's a decimal, it's a decimal. If it's an int, it's an int. If it's a big int, it's a big int. Those need to be in there. I don't expect these to be long values. Well, I say that as I look at the bottom one. That's going to be a JSON in the setting, so that's going to be not huge, but so either the other way we can do this is either this is 3 string columns to define this data, or a string column, or a string for the key, and then a JSON B for the value slash type, where it can also be a JSON where it can hold more than one value, like we'll need for the adjacent spawn multiplier curves. Kind of lean the latter. We'll see what what Mr. AI thinks about it, but I feel like the latter is more flexible. Since this is not going to get read constantly, this is going to get cached. So we don't read it constantly. It's not going to be doing work to parse that constantly. That's the goal there. Okay, so we need all that done. Okay, so new conversation based off our static or our magic values audit and some brainstorming on NPC spawning and a few other random details to clean up elsewhere. I've come up with this list of things we need to do to get to the next, or to start accomplishing NPC spawning. I'm trying. Do I specify in here when we spawn NPCs? Yeah, at sub land block generation time, and stored statically in the NPC table in the world database. Let's just look at that really quick rather than having Claude try to analyze it and see if it's going to hold the data we need right. Let's look at it ourselves first and make sure we're going to hold the data right. So ID, name, type, what region, settlement, and I think let's look at the requirements here. These are all nullable. I don't know why the settlement should be nullable, but the rest of these should not be nullable because we always want to know where this NPC, like the land block, sub land block, and the coordinates will always exist. They have to. Settlement may not always be set, but everything else will exist 100% of the time. So that's a change we need to make before we get too far into this. I realize I'm just typing a bunch of stuff here and it's not going into my notes. I'm going to lose this. So we will convert this back to this format before we paste it in. So in the NPC, is it NPCs or just NPC? What do we call it? NPCs. Okay. In the NPCs table in the world database, we need to make all of the columns not nullable except settlement ID. That isn't always available for the NPC since they don't all spawn in settlements. Okay. So then we know everything about it, and then dialogue options is going to just be a copy of the dialogue option. Is it a? Do we wait? We defined, I think, the tiers determine dialogue options, but do we really copy and paste them into here? That feels like a whole crap ton of data that we don't want to be replicated everywhere. Because if there's a bug in the dialogue, for example, bug aka misspelling, because that's going to happen. If I fix it on the type, I then also have to go fix it everywhere in here. But it also adds a ginormous amount of data to this table that I feel is unnecessary. I feel like we dropped that. Visual representation, no. Dialogue options, yes. Why do I feel my brain wants to say that we change this. Let's see here. NPC. That's a terrible word to look for, but that's what we looked for. So what's what we're going with. Did we do anything with that? I know we did a lot of changes last week on changing default values and things on stuff, but I don't think we touched this table at all. No. Nope, we didn't touch it at all. So I think that was before we decided how this was going to work. So this needs to get dropped. Dialogue options needs to go away. The visual representation, yes, because that's what makes them random. Like that, the randomization is going to happen there. So drop the dialogue options. They were based off of tier, if I remember correctly, on the NPC types table. We fixed a lot of stuff last time. It was just totally random. But if I look at, for example, in this is just JSON. That's where it's defined. I don't know that we really filled anything out about NPC types and what's in that, just because we pulled it in. Like in here, it's just a string and it's just JSON. But I don't know that we did anything with it to define like we did on mobs. Because on mobs, for example, if we look at mob type per tier, yeah, see, we defined it here. We did not do any of that stuff on NPCs yet. So we need to kind of work that out. Drop the dialogue options from the, and drop the dialogue options, as this will just be referenced from the NPC type itself. Do we store tier on the NPC? I don't know that we need to, because we're going to know what subland block we're already in and have that in memory already to figure out what NPCs we have. So we're going to know the tier. So we don't really need to store the tier that this NPC is in anymore. The only reason I would store it is for convenience for like managing it later, but I can just as easily join it to the subland block and get the tier number from the subland block. I don't know that we need the tier here. That feels like excessive duplication of data. We'll leave it out for now. The NPC type and the tier of the subland block. I need to define up in. I mean, I think that's enough. That's as the, I'll just say it here, the dialogue options on the NPC type will be defined by tier, since we are also defining spawn weights by tier. Is there anything else in the NPC type that is a JSON column? I don't think there is. Well, there's that's yeah, just dialogue options. Yep. The name will be the name. That's fine. We're adding a bunch of new thingies, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, so that's fixing that little bit that we didn't really have figured out. I think that's enough to get it going. All right, let's go back to the context we were given it here. So NPC spawning. There should be enough information to get NPCs to spawn during subland block generation. Now we do have the max distance. Did we put that in there? I forget. No, we didn't put in here the min land blocks between spawns. That's another thing that helps the rarity that I just totally forgot about. I hadn't written it down yet, so I forgot. Min, what did we call it on? The buffing thing. We did the same thing on terrain types, min land block separation. I'm going to spell separation wrong 100% if I don't look at it. ARA. Number of land blocks between spawns for this particular NPC type. So that needs to also be part of the determination. Any NPCs that have not surpassed the min average between spawns or have spawned closer than the min land block separation. There we go. Okay, I knew it. I knew we forgot something there. All right. Come back here. Doing subland block generation. But review it all. Let me know any gaps you find or have questions about. And then we'll execute the code changes. I'm going to put you on plan mode. I'm going to take this big wall of text, put it in here. That is a prompt from hell with lots of good details. So go off and do your thing. And I'm going to take this and we're going to come back here and we're going to update this. Well, before I do that, so I need to replace dash space with dash Duke space. Place all. Go. Yeah. Okay. So then that is all of this. Okay. Whew. That's a mouthful. Okay, so let me close this so it doesn't get cranky about something running when I get to it. Okay, so that's doing its thing. So while it's doing its thing, I'm going to let the dog have his way and go pee outside really quick. And I will be, yeah, I said you're going to get to go pee. You got excited, I know. And I will be right back. So see you in a few. Right. I heard a ding as I walked back over, so it must be waiting for input. Yep. New system's key value table. How should the value type be stored? I asked you to help me. Key plus JSON be value data type plus data type string. Recommended. Key's unique index. Values are JSON B. Data type is text. Oh, I was going to do all three, huh? Oh, I guess it could be defined as JSON. That makes sense. Handles scalars and structured data. The JSON one occurs. MPC decay formula constants. in one column shape. Data type lets the cache parse without guessing, matches A-B for variable blobs already used elsewhere in the schema. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That works. I just saw this note here that made it ain't gonna put settlement NPCs in yet, but I mean the settlement. No, the settlement records are getting created. What is it talking about? They do exist already. We have settlements right here. They exist. We don't have buildings getting generated yet, but we have settlements. Guess it is a little backwards. I probably should generate the buildings too, and I haven't defined that, but It is what it is. Hi, Alf. You happy now? Are you happy now, Mr. Alf, that you got your potty break and your greenie? Yeah? Okay. You get a day away from your dad tomorrow. More importantly, I get a day away from you tomorrow. No, I love my boy. Gives me a chance to go out and not have to worry about him screaming at something out the window. We'll see what it says. We'll see if it whines too much about the settlement of those. We'll start defining that. What is that? Like we haven't really we've defined when settlements spawn, just not the buildings yet. I don't think it's really necessary. I think you can still spawn a settlement and pick non-building related NPCs. It doesn't change that at all. Buildings just means you have other NPCs in there that insta spawn. So really the only thing that's missing is when we do pick that we're spawning a settlement sub land block, nothing is going to define buildings yet. That's fine. Not a requirement to spawn NPCs. All right, let's see what it says. Magic values auto-identified several hard-coded tuning constants across terrain generation that could move to database-backed cached settings table instead of C# constants, so game balance can be tuned without a code deploy. Separately, NPC placement. Populate the world needs its schema built out and wired in the existing subland block generation pipeline. Elevation bands, currently a hard-coded dictionary keyed by terrain name, terrain type, and a couple of rounding gaps, wind speed, elevation, were flagged as cleanup items to do alongside this work since they touch the same generation code paths. I mean, that's not why I did it. I just did it because I saw it. But okay, you can make me sound smart. That's fine. This plan covers everything needed to get NPCs spawning during sub-land block generation. A new system settings table plus cache, moving elevation, blah, 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 blah. You're just repeating yourself over and over and over again. Okay. Did that. Okay. A new table in definitions called system settings. It's going to have an ID, key, a value in JSON-B, a data type, description, nullable, human readable note shown nowhere yet but cheap to have for future admin UI. Yeah, true. Very true. Yep. Cache the new in the definitions. Dapper. Yep. Settings to seed. That's a lot more than I thought. Let's do a little comparison of what it's going in here. Maybe it's not a lot more. So no buff chance percent. Max shared, pacing slack, edge penalty factor, near tie threshold. I like the organization. But do I make a dedicated category column and put terrain in that? Now, when it pulls this out, what is it going to look like? Let's see. So get decimal async key, get int async, get JSON async key. So this it's going to be this string in there in the dictionary, basically. I'm thinking more from the admin tool level, like organizing this. But to be fair, if I put category on here, I still want that to be in the key name, but I could have it concatenate the two, like category dot rest of it. So even in this case, it's terrain is your category, adds dot, and this is the rest of the key. But then the challenge comes in. Well, I mean, you can still have a unique key based off of category plus key. Thinking. I'm just thinking from a UI perspective. Eventually, in the future, how do you organize these? Because example, let me do this on another screen because I don't know what shows when you do this. Da, 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 da. What is it called? There's like a page that you can browse to. Why am I drawing a total blank on this? It's like the advanced settings. About settings? Yeah, well, sort of. They just replaced it, I guess. Because there used to be a place you could go. Maybe they've replaced it so it's not just this raw page anymore. In the browser, that would be like advanced settings. I forget what it is. But I think that might just, I don't think that has categories in it either. I don't know. I'll think about it. Let's keep reading. I'll think about if I want to put categories on here. The category being this, and then when it pulls it out, it concatenates the two so that I can have easy organization in a UI at some point. That's the only reason I'm thinking about that way. All right. Comes in the static or takes the parse curve so I can use. Okay. Grid size equals sequence state is a compiled constant is tied to database check constraints and grid math throughout, not a tuning knob. Correct. NPC. Okay, so these are some of the new ones that we talked about in here. Max per land block cap 5, yes. Edge padding sub land blocks 5, okay. Spawn chance base distance 1. Spawn chance growth factor. I mean, I guess that works. This is just going to move all that stuff. That's fine. It's going to change a few things here and there, of course. Rounding fixes, easy, easy. Cleaning up the existing elevations. Okay, so NPC schema changes. Current number, chance to spawn, last spawn, yep. Availability changes. Add max NPCs to land block and all rolled once, 0 to inclusive. There's going to have to be a backfill for this. Well, default to 0 for now. NPC placement pair during sublime obliteration. Lots of stuff, lots of stuff. Insert settlement if present. Async create a settlement this pass on one NPC per NPC type row that has building type set. No. We are not spawning buildings yet. That's next. So skip this, as we will only spawn building-based NPCs based off the buildings we dynamically decide to spawn. Later in development, players will have a chance to build additional buildings that didn't automatically spawn, and the NPCs will be generated then. For now, we'll just do the same wild roll on settlement terrain types. But as stated, they still don't count toward the land block max. Feel like there should be a captain settlement, because there's a chance there's like 30 that spawn. Now thinking this through, we should add another system setting that is max NPCs, max wild / non-building related NPCs per settlement, and roll that number. at time. Roll what that number is when we generate a settlement. Does not need to be stored. Okay. Wild NPC roll max passes. Reserved on regen per part D. Exclude any subland block cell with this. This NPC is for distance calculation. Well, you're not going to know, but yeah. Iterate eligible calls in the same diagonal fill order. I also want to have it update the admin tool to somehow denote there's an NPC there because I don't want to go. I mean, I could do a database query to find it, but I'd rather just see it in the admin tool. How can I denote that there's an NPC there? Do we like give it some colored outline that stands out? We already used pink for the one we have selected. Do we use like what's another color that really stands out that we're not using on another terrain type? Bright red. Yeah. Yeah, I do want to do that though. I'll add that to my requirements here. Also, as part of this, in the admin tool, we will want to outline subland blocks on the Alf, chill out. Same view, we can click to get details of the sub. Outline some land blocks in orange. We don't use orange anywhere. In bright orange. Or if there is another obvious color other than pink that will stand out from all terrain types. On the same view, we can click to get details of the subland block so that I can easily see where the NPCs respond, if any. And when I click the subland block, do a similar drop down that lists the NPCs that spawned there and show the NPC type and name below. Similar drop down mob type. Guess we'll add that to it. Do I care to go to the neighboring sub-lam block. That's the other thing, because it says, I thought about this when we came up with it. This thing. Since we have the padding, that's going to put the padding between them automatically. So since we have the padding, there really isn't a need to look at neighboring land blocks, just the current one being generated. That should simplify and speed up this process. Cells in same diagonal fill order. So wait. So we're going to do this as a separate. Wait. I'm not entirely against it. I'm just trying to think, is that the right way to do it? Because basically what this is saying is we're going to generate the subland block outright, right? Or the land block outright. All the sublines, everything is going to generate. And then we're going to make a second pass with the same order for NPCs, rather than do it at the time that we're actually generating the subland block. Is that right or wrong? I don't think it's either. I think it's an option. It's just a design option. And which one do I like better? It feels weird to do it after the fact. I'll say that much. I mean, I'm already figuring out the order that I'm populating the thing, so why don't I just do it as part of as I populate it? I'm reading this as if we are going to generate all the subland block terrain types first, and then do a second pass in the exact same order to generate the NPCs. Is that what you are saying? And if so, what are the benefits of doing it this way versus while we generate the terrain in the first place? One benefit is I can see, by having this scaffolding like this, if there are other things we layer on top of this later, it's already built out to do that, right? Because we're going to have to traverse this kind of thing kind of when we like Limen buff something during that job. It's going to have to do that anyway. So, and it's really just iterating integers and things to find where it's going to be, right? Is it going to even spawn something? So is the idea that this builds a system where we can layer on other spawn or other processes like this on top of the initial terrain generation without muddying that process up. Maybe that's what it's thinking. Not against the idea, just want to understand the logic. Okay, so compute the distance, Euclidean distance, in subland block Unix to the nearest already placed NPC, any type, including settlement NPCs. None exists yet anywhere in range, treat as unconstrained. Decay is math min. Okay, yeah. So it's either going to be 100% or it's going to be the base distance 1 times the growth factor to the power of the distance minus 1. Yeah. Yep. Roll each spawn weight row matching the cell's train type plus tier individually. Roll less than spawn chance percentage times the decay multiplier. Passes in the candidate pool. Filter the pool. Drop any type where the spawn date is set. And now minus the spawn date is less than the hours between. Yep. Or where an existing NPC of that type exists within the land block separation land blocks. Chebyshev distance on land block XY, checked via a query against NPCs. So I did note on this bit here, blocks down to the sub land block level, just the currently being generated. You already have a check at the land block level below. Let's clarify that. Because I don't want it to get rid of this one here. I just want it to not look at sub land blocks. For the remaining pool by current number ascending, last spawn date ascending, current or chance to spawn descending. Roll each in that order against chance to spawn. First pass wins and spawns. Insert the NPC row, updates the NPC types. Nothing in the ordered pool passes, nothing spawns in that cell. Not cached the way terrain types and tiers. Current number and last spawn date are mutated on every spawn and must be read fresh at roll time. So a 10-minute time to live cache would let concurrent land block generations over or under spawn a type. The static fields could still be cached, but simplest correct approach is one direct query per land block generation, pass pooling all. Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll make sure indexes work on there well. Lists all the files, verification. Okay, so revise it with all those and get the details for my questions. I think Elf kicked me last night in the side because I got a bruise. And there's nothing else that would have bruised my side between yesterday and today, aside from a puppy kick. This message somewhere. Oh. Here's a reminder, you got to be up damn early tomorrow. Okay. What should NPC max wild NPCs per settlement? The person log cap rolled 0. Rolled 0 to this value, default to. Yeah, let's say 5 for now. I was thinking 5. I was also thinking 10, but then 10 seemed high, so I think 5. Well, it's fine. It's gonna get changed in the end anyway. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. All right, so the two pass question is a good one. Here's the reasoning, which will bake into the plan. The cell's tier isn't knowable until the whole terrain grid is finished, because tier selection depends on distance to nearest settlement, and the settle. Oh, that is a damn good point. I didn't think about that, because we might spawn a settlement later on in generation, and that changes the tier of everything in there. And we don't spawn mobs until somebody enters the subland block, which is the tiers already defined. So that is a darn good point. Okay, that makes sense. All right, cool. That is, I didn't even think about that. As updated with all your feedback, defaults to 0. Settlement NPCs are folded into the same wild role, capped separately via new that. Since building tide spawning waits for building generation, NPC distance checks stay. Wait. English. Folded in the same wild role, since building tide spawning waits for building generation, NPC distance checks stay with. Oh, wait. I read this as WEIGHTS instead of waits. Okay. Since building tide spawning waits for building generation, NPC distance checks stay within the current land block only. The two pass rationale is spelled out, and the admin tool gets an update. Okay, cool. So let's go back up. I didn't put a decision on this category thing. I'm still thinking about it. I'm gonna ask and see what it thinks. If that makes sense for future admin stuff. Okay, so okay. So let's go here, and would it make sense to have a category on this for future UI management of the system settings? Maybe move the first word before the period, i.e. train, to the category and then concatenate it back when you pull it out. See what it thinks about that. It was like, okay. You just didn't even push back. All right. I guess it had no problem with that. Good. Okay, well, this does a lot. I mean, it's a lot of text, but it's a very small piece of the puzzle. A tiny little piece of the puzzle. All right, I think I am clean on my get change except for to do. Yeah. Okay. Go for it. Get her done. I'm more than happy to come up with all the little details and designs and read it and review it and not write the boring bits of the code. Especially the entity framework stuff. That's boring to me. Writing migration scripts. I like figuring out the problems and solving them and finding the bugs and fixing them than doing busy work. So, okay, so we don't need this anymore because we have that figured out. We can close that guy. And we don't need that anymore because we decided not to make that setting. Or maybe we did. I think we did make that a setting actually, didn't we? Yeah, it did. Okay. And it'll do it so fast too, just because it already has figured out all the details. It just goes through and makes all the changes. We should start seeing changes here soon. I think I have a stash. I don't think I got anything stashed. Okay, so that gets our NPCs. I really thought we'd have settlements done tonight too, but we're not going to get to it tonight. Because we got to think about how buildings work. And I'm fairly confident we are missing information in the database because this table I think is fine. I think. Because we will always have a region, a settlement ID, and then for the buildings thing, yeah, we went through all this last time, so we have all this already. And the tier is the tier of the building, not the tier of the subland block. Building types, on the other hand, there's nothing defining how frequently they spawn. Like there's no weighting going on here. I don't know, there has to be, but I feel like there's something needed to define the chances of a higher tier spawning, the chances of it spawning, period. We have the required ones, like the always spawn flag is there. Those will always pop up. But we don't really define the other things. And I feel like there really should be some that are lower weights. Like farm, very high percentage, right? A forge, probably a high percentage. Smelter refinery, probably a little lower than forge, maybe. Tannery and alchemy and carpenter and jeweler, lower than the forge. Cookhouse is probably higher because you're going to have people needing to eat just for realism purposes, right? You're going to have a cookhouse, most likely. But still not 100% of the time. Fabrication bay, low, because that's like the engineering high end thing. Um, and housing isn't going to exist unless a player builds it. So I think we got to have some weighting on the building types. I don't think we can get away without it. I'll start making some notes for next time before I forget. Um, add a weight to each of the building types. What did we say? So farm and cookhouse are highest. I don't know. 50% chance. Smelter, refinery, forge. Maybe carpenter's shop. Yeah, because you're going to have to kind of do maybe those three. 35% chance of those popping. This guy, this guy, this guy, those three. 20%. And fabrication bay, 10%. Something like that. We'll see how often that stuff spawns. It maybe still may be too high. We found that a lot with the terrain types. When we were doing terrain types, it took dropping those base spawn percentages down pretty damn low to get things to stop spawning. So I had to get water down to 1% to get it reasonably small. So these might have to be lower than this, and that's fine. But at least it's the general idea of what I'm going for here is the higher end buildings are less chance than the lower end stuff, more common things. And then we have the always spawn stuff. And housing is a 0%. It never housing will never automatically spawn because it has to be built. So and I got to figure out how to represent that in graphics too. Like at some point when you're in a cell, I don't even know what it looks like. Like I can picture this looking at a land block because it's going to look like our admin tool generally like that. That's the view you're going to have. There's the world view, which is bigger, and I don't know how I'm going to make that work other than maybe go by buffed and then just have general colors for the land blocks. It's going to be very, very zoomed out to see that. And then maybe limit influenced or colored the glowing blue. I don't know that I put that anywhere yet. I don't know if I've mentioned that on stream. I've been working through my introduction video for the game and kind of decided on a pulsating blue thing is our Limen color. So not only other colors I was thinking was like green or pink or red, and red felt evil. Pink was just not my thing. Green kind of felt toxic. Orange was dangerous, but blue was cool. And the other part of that is it also kind of represents what you would think about when you think of mana in normal games, like your blue bar is mana. I can have a blue bar that looks like mana. That way there's some familiarity to the game. It's not just this completely foreign thing that nobody understands, right? So that's why I went with that. But that's how did I get on the topic of blue? I don't remember. Oh, on the world map, maybe some blue highlights of where things are influenced, or there's a higher concentration of it at the time, or whatever. There's an event going on, that kind of thing. So, um, but I haven't really thought too much down below sub land block, what that looks like. Like when you go into a sub land block, what do you see? Does your big land block view go into, or is it always just in a smaller mini map thing, and then you kind of have like a zoomed, here's your surrounding blocks, and you kind of see your overview there? What happens when you go into a settlement? What does that look like in the main screen? I don't know yet. I haven't really pictured that out. And how is it dynamically changed when buildings are added and upgraded and housing is added? Like, what does that look like? I don't really know yet. I've got some thoughts and ideas I'm tossing around, but I don't exactly know what that looks like yet. But then I think at that point, once we add the weights to the buildings, it's just roll them and see if they happen or not, right? Um, I don't think I really need to put a max. There could be a chance you hit a settlement that's just really well equipped. Now the tiers, on the other hand, that could be interesting. Or maybe I just start them all at tier 1. Like the max tiers are all set to 1 right now, but that's not true. Like these would be upgradable and things. And storage, I guess, could be too, to get more storage. But um, maybe they just all start at tier 1. The only problem with that is it discourages going to a new settlement and upgrading things, right? Um, if you're in a current settlement and you've got things upgraded to higher tiers, why would you go to another settlement that has everything at tier 1? You wouldn't, right? So I feel like there needs to be a chance that things spawn higher, that you can stay out places like, oh, I found this settlement that it's got a fabrication bay at tier 4 already. I'm going to just keep that in mind, go there. Or I have this extra place I can go um, that works. There's going to be the whole portaling thing between settlements. So that kind of resolves that a little bit, in that you can just portal to where you need to go anyway once you're in a settlement. But what is the incentive to upgrade another settlement? I don't know. We need to think about that. I need to write that down. What are the incentives to not just upgrade a single settlement to max buildings and always port back there from other settlements? I need to answer that question. That's a big question to answer. Because not only does it determine how I spawn settlements, but what is my mechanic to avoid this? Aside from not having portals, I mean that that's a quality of life thing that I think if I took that out, that would be very discouraging and punishing. There not being any way to get around the known world faster. I don't think I can do that. But I got to figure out how to get these upgraded. And maybe just a thought that's coming to mind, as settlements are upgraded, the knowledge slowly spreads to existing and new settlements, and those buildings upgrade add automatically. I don't know. That feels kind of. I mean, like, you one set of upgrades and you're done. Then what's the whole point of building at that point, right? That totally destroys it. Um, I got to have a reason for them to go to other places. Otherwise, that's a problem. I have to think about that one. How's this thing doing? 14 background shells completed, 1 remaining. That's almost done. See, not a lot of changes, just a lot of thinking involved. Oh, they all completed. 1 running task. What's still running? Oh, it's doing its test now. Okay. Okay, so we can start looking at code really quick here. All right, so we added definitions in here. We added system settings cache into this so it can use it. It's getting it out of the cache and then using it instead of it being hard-coded inside of this role process. Okay. Passing it into this role. We're just adding a reference there to that and to the cache. This is our system settings thing. Sure, it can default to decimals. Probably going to be the bulk of them anyway is decimals, but it doesn't matter. It's always going to get overwritten. Terrain type, added our min max. This is our roller. So this is where we added those 2 settings to get passed in so that they're used inside of pick mob type. So we added those as parameters. And there's our pick mob type new parameters. And then instead of it being hard coded, it's used there and it's used there. Perfect. And this is doing the math round on the wind speed down to 0. Cool. All right. And adjacent. Ooh. Ah. So if it has a problem getting the information from the cache, it has defaults built in, which is the exact same values we had before, but something is built in. So that's what it's doing that for now. So it's not hard coded there anymore. And it does this, just does this to figure out where to go. Cool. Yep, that makes sense. Going over the find step count and getting that max step and then pulling that factor in. Cool. And this got deleted because we don't have that there anymore. This is pulling in our train generation settings. So it just made a record to store the default, and if they don't get set, then they'll get overridden if they do. We pulled those constants out, and now we're just reusing it. So this is our settings. We pull the settings default if it's null. And then we're just using all of these things in here instead. Yeah. Passing settings in through all over the place, replacing all of our hard-coded numbers and whatnot, passing settings through different methods, using the settings rather than our factors. That were constants. Yep. What I expected in all of this was majority of it just being changing the settings that we're using and passing them through. Yep. More settings, passing, then we use it. We did not pull that one out. That's fine. But these are our bands. And now we have the math round on there to 1 on those. So that's good. Okay, that's good. Train type definition, we have our bands getting added to it with some defaults. And setters, okay. System settings. This is our data stuff. So this is all the entity stuff to create the table. We modified in the world configuration. We have those on the terrain types now. This is just our context update for adding our system settings table. Then we have some migration scripts to add the columns, add the table, add the index. That all looks reasonable on the down. And then we seeded all of our settings. That's fine. We added a seed terrain type. Oh, elevation bands. Yeah. So these are the hard coded. Those are the values that we have hard coded elsewhere. And then we're setting the bands on them. Okay, that's the DB context. And in the world, we round all the existing elevations in the subland blocks. Told you it's not a lot of stuff it's doing. It's just touching a few files. Gets our settings easy enough. We're adding the elevation bands to that. This is a whole new thing where it pulls in the cache. So it pulls it in for 10 minutes. Has all the methods to get the different types of values out as needed. Get all is where it opens the connections, gets the system settings roll, and pulls them all in. That's our loaded at and our cache stuff. That's it. Pretty straightforward on that guy. Let's see here. Let me get not. Well, this one I don't think is a big change. Yeah, this is more just settings cache stuff. So this is what I expect. That's getting passed in now from the settings here. Getting the settings and no buff chance percent. Passing that all through. Okay. This is going to be the bulk of our changes. We'll come back to that. Terrain type cache, added the elevations. Yep. Our worker, we added our settings cache to this builder. Here we added our elevation min max to the admin tool, so we have it. Oh, I didn't even ask for that, but I'm glad it did it. It put it on our subland block details so we know what it is. That's cool. And in the view, okay, well, what it didn't do. Oh, it's still working. I don't think it's updated all the admin tool stuff yet because it doesn't have. It's got the elevation stuff on there, but it doesn't have all the stuff about the NPC spawn stuff. So, it's still doing crap balls. Updated our export model. I'd expected that. Yeah, that definitely was not a backwards compatible export model. That's for sure. So we did some foreign key changes. This is just not necessary because it's checking for NPC stuff that doesn't exist. Like the NPCs table is empty. But if it wasn't, this is kind of making sure all that stuff works. This is adding NPC spawn weights columns that we talked about. I should have waited because now there's so many things that have changed. Oh my god. Okay. Balls. This was just the system setting changes originally, but is more than that now. No, it's not. Okay, this is just a system setting changes to this point. Well, crap, it wasn't anywhere close to being done. I thought it was in testing. I misread that, I guess. It was testing the settings changes, not everything. So, boo. Well, we got the boring stuff reviewed. We know this stuff's going to get modified. Like, we know we got rid of dialogue options and we made these not nullable. And then NPC type. These are all the new columns that we added. Spawn weights, we added the tier to it. What else has changed? This is the endpoint for returning what we need. Okay. Now we got some major changes in here. Well, it's all setting stuff still. Gonna have to be some changes somewhere. This hasn't gotten to them yet. This one, maybe. No. Dealing with all the exporter stuff, which good. I'm glad it's doing it so I don't forget, but the last thing on my mind. But I guess it needs to do that because that's adding all of the columns. Just doing it while it's thinking about it. This is just changing version. This is changing our. Yeah. And if I have some weird event that I have to spawn an NPC, I still have to fill all that stuff in because I got to put it somewhere. It can't just exist in the ether. So I am expecting, thinking here. Yeah, I think in here is where I'd expect. Is it in here? This is the terrain generator. So this is generate the subland block cell. It's going to happen after this, though. This is really going to be in. It's going to be after this. It's going to come after this because we're inserting the settlement here. Because this thing is what puts it in there and then goes and updates all the new distances, right? So I expect here on this line, there's going to be something new that says generate NPCs or something along those lines. That's what I'm expecting to see here. It just hasn't gotten there yet. I don't think it's going to be in here because this is just like helper methods. Okay, we're seeing more changes up here. Let's see what is changing. No. Oh, now it's writing ADRs to update the land block and settlement. Where? Gotta be doing something in here eventually, I would think. Where was I at? I was in here. So repositories, sublam block generation repository. I would think it happens in here. Ah, there it is. See? Knew it was coming. Doesn't resolve yet because it hasn't written this method. But see, I know what's going on. I ain't dumb. All right, let's close other tab. Do still waiting on that too. It's gonna be in here somewhere. It just hasn't written it yet. Yeah, I don't see any other green. This markings mean added lines. There's gonna be a chunk that's added down here somewhere, I imagine. That defines that method. There it is. Giant block of green just appeared. And it now has a definition for that method. Okay. I shouldn't be reviewing. It's like in the middle of working and testing it. That's not really fair to say, yeah, it's done. Let's review it. But I at least get started. Okay, so we're generating our max NPCs for the land block. If it's not already set. And then we get our setting for max NPCs, wild NPCs per settlement. We get that. And then we go through our cells. Oh, yeah, see, it's still changing stuff. Like, it's still even defining things. NPC spawn math. Yeah, so it's just looking at distance. How's it doing? Still going. Hasn't changed much more. This is the biggest chunk that changed. I don't know what else would have changed aside from really it. What did it change here? Oh yeah, this is just old. That needed to update that. I don't specify at generation time what gender it is. It's determined by what name we pick. I don't care to pick something at the time of generation. Just give me a name and we'll make a avatar that looks like it. What else would have changed? This is really the last bit. Is this? So we're going through each of the cells in the sublam blocks that we're passing and already generated and all that stuff. We're going through each one of them. So we're looking for our max stuff. We're the settlement cell. That's our check. If it's not, this is our check. If it's within the edge padding, we just go to the next one anyway. So it's not really going in any particular order. Well, I mean, it's going in the order they were generated, which would be this list is not changing the order. This list is in order of which we generated. So it's going to do the exact same order for that. So that's how it's is doing that, because this list was generated that way. So it doesn't have to worry about all the weird settings and what order to do stuff. It just goes in the order that we already used. Here's our decay multiplier. This here looks for where there's a settlement ID. First or default, it could be null, but if there is one, there's only going to be one. But that's first or default, what you typically do there. Just for safety. So for each NPC type, we look at we get our decay multiplier. We look at a train and tier out of the spawn weights for that NPC type. Take that times the decay multiplier and do our random and see if it gets added to the pool or not. If we don't have any by that point, we're done. Otherwise, we go through each candidate in that pool. If the last spawn date is less than our hours between spawns, between that and now, then skip it. We're still on cooldown. We're not going to use it. If we are within the land block separation, we're like less than that min land block separation. If it's too close, we're going to continue. And this whole so this is where we're passing this into the SQL to figure out what's around us. So, okay, got it. Because this candidate ID is the NPC type ID. So we're passing that in with the coordinates of where we're at and figuring out if we are too close or not. That's going to return that. So if we go look at this is what it's doing on it. From NPCs, on our land blocks and regions into it, where that NPC type is that. And it looks at the distance and determines is the distance X or Y less than or equal to our min land block separation. If so, it's going to return 1. Or it's going to return select exists, true or false, 0 or 1. That's going to be true or false return. And it's going to come into here as a Boolean, cast it as a Boolean. And if it passes those checks, it gets added as a new eligible list. If we don't have any eligible after that, we're done. Otherwise, we order them by what we wanted to order by, our current number, then by our last spawn date time. And if it's null, do min value, because it's never happened or it doesn't matter. Then by our chance to spawn. descending. So the most likely one to the least likely one. And then we roll to see if it's less than or equal to that chance of spawn. If so, that's our winner, and we're done. If we don't have a winner, then we're also done. We get our subland block ID, claim a name, which we've already had that stuff written. Insert the NPC into here, all the information. Update its current number. And last spawn date. And then continue. Or increment our counts, and then it'll continue back up at the top of the for each. That all looks good to me. How's it doing? Failed. What did it fail? Build. This failed. Good Lord. There is no output. This is just what it did. Just running a bunch of queries to test for things. So it probably found a bug, and it'll fix it. Oh, there's the full time. I was always wondering they've changed this stuff so much. You used to not be able to see the full time things took. They just kind of disappear, but now you can see it. So 2 minutes to do our magic values, 2 minutes to do our, almost 3 minutes to do our admin tool structure changes, a minute to do the system settings. And now it's on to this big old guy. So all the system settings took 16 minutes to implement. And now we're on this guy, 22 and a half minutes. I wonder if this is including. Has it been running for that long? Maybe it has. I mean, we could do. Like, we know one of the first things it updated was this. I'd have to go look at file dates. That's a bit, who cares? So. I had to test a few times to get a wild NPC to spawn. Finally got one. Hurry up. I got a bed calling my name so I can get up early out of it tomorrow. Elf is licking something in his dreams. Just hear his licky mouth. Yeah, it's just doing a bunch of tests now, so nothing else changing. So we reviewed everything. Just waiting for it to test it and make any tweaks. I mean, reviewing never finds all the bugs, right? It just because I reviewed doesn't mean it's perfect. It it's going to test all its scenarios and find something weird, I'm sure, and tweak it. That's what it's doing here. It's like, okay, well, testing the different tier settlement weights and changing the settings to make sure they take effect, making sure that it preserves the max NPC's value that was set on a land block. Hi, Al. You can come sit with me if you want. You don't have to stare at me with just your eyes looking over the top of the couch. Weirdo. Was that a good burp? This is where I wish I knew how many tasks it had left to do. I don't really have a way of seeing that. I think it's telling me it's done 27, but it doesn't tell me how many it's actually planning on doing. Oh, final full build check across all server products. Hey, we're getting close. Full test run completed. Gotta love it when tests are written to run fast. Always helps when you have dependency injection. You don't rely on the database for everything. I wonder if it's going to open the admin tool and try to test it. We'll see. It might. Nope. Thinking. Hope it's going to try. Okay. Let's see. I've given it permission in the past, but sometimes it's gone and said, well, I don't have permission anymore. What is this bug icon down here? That's new. Send feedback. Okay. Okay. Test it. Do it. Do it. Well, while that's running, just a reminder, we're not maybe tomorrow night. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. It's gonna be a weird week. Thursday I have stuff in the afternoon that's gonna run up over the normal stream, so Thursday's not likely. So unless I'm feeling it tomorrow, which maybe I want to crank out this building stuff for like maybe a short stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Um, and then the next couple of weeks are going to be all iffy. I literally have a 312-hour long meeting on my calendar starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a project. And timeline is set, but is fluid. So it's not really set. It's just, here's what we'd like to do. I don't know when things will be happening. So I don't want to commit to a stream if something might happen, but I will try and do at least one, possibly two streams a week as usual, but I make no guarantees. This thing needs to hurry. I want to go to bed. Oh, it's still doing the work in the admin tool. Good. Yeah, it's updating contracts for the admin API. That's fine. I expected that to happen. And then in our actual admin tool, yeah, so we're getting some more stuff back. And this is our view model. We're adding the NPCs as observable properties. We're clearing our drop down and adding the ones that we got back to it and selecting the first one if it exists. And then in the XAML itself, whoop, clicking weird spots. Come on, stop clicking stupid stuff. This is our orange NPC outline. And that's our text block for the elevation band display that we didn't have before. And this is our new section for our combo box and grid of this selected NPC. That's all as expected. Okay, so that finished that little bit. Small server we're in the test suite now. Twist seat, all 31 tests passed. Building admin tool, I'm checking the health. All right, so that means it's done. I don't know why it stopped popping up. I wonder if I have to look at two things worth your attention. Road export bump, yeah, that's fine. There's okay. Yeah. Let me look at something really quick. There was a setting that request. I wonder if they took it out. Because there used to be a setting that said allow the thing that allowed Claude to actually control the computer to test UIs, but I am not seeing that anymore. I bet there were issues, so they had to take it out. It was only available on individual paid accounts for Claude, not on Teams like I have at work. Now it's just gone because it stopped doing. Oh, computer use. Wait, no, enable computer use. Yeah, it's still there. I don't know. I don't know why it's not doing it anymore. Weird. Okay, because you used to open up the thing and look and see if it worked. Maybe it only does it if it's the only way it can test it. Like if it has no other way to test something, that's when it opens the tool. Otherwise, it'll just look at what it thinks it's going to do. All right, so here's our tool. Let's get a ID in here. I don't know what it regenerates. We'll just regenerate one of these. Let's see. There's no NPCs on here because there's no orange borders. So what I can do though is, what did I default them to? That is a question that I don't know. Look at this. I should know it because I told it what to default it to, but I forget. Max 0. Max 4. No? That's right. There's a weird thing where. Close it, reopen it. It goes pukey if the schema changes underneath an existing tab that's open. Yeah, see, now it works fine. Save. Now I can come back in here. And from this page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, force regenerate. Give it a second. Load it again. I still don't see any NPCs on this guy. I just got to regenerate it again. Okay, queued it. Give it a couple seconds. Load. I would think the orange would stand out. I don't see it though. It has this menu here, so that's what I'd expect to see. It has our elevation. Oh my goodness, why is my mouse doing this? What the? My computer just went like, nah, for a second. Oh my goodness. I definitely didn't like something I did. Visual Studio just puke on me for some reason? No? Okay. Yeah, so we've got our elevation min max. Got all of these, and I don't have any NPCs. All right, so let's do this. Let's look in select star from NPCs. Land block ID. Yeah, there's nothing in this one. There's something in 18 in a settlement. Rose the Silent, Betty the Quest Giver, Maine the Collector. Hey, it's working. Oksana the Quest Giver. All right, well, let's just load this land block ID then. This has a bunch of them. Ooh, something is not happy with what this is doing. I my whole UI, my mouse just I don't even I might be doing something weird on stream too, who knows, but it's just like everything goes just gags when it loads this. Something about this change is not happy. Well, I do see the orange now. I see the orange where the NPCs are. So there's one. See, this is what I was afraid was going to happen. Is I guarantee you it loaded this bottom left corner first and it put all 4 of the NPCs right there. That's what I was afraid of. So I got to figure out what to tweak to make that not do that. But there's our NPC, Valerio the Quest Giver. It's a Quest Giver type, and that's its name. This is how we've the dummy David that we put in here. So So it works. We're getting NPCs now, but I'm not happy with that. You got to set up. Look, the pink got fatter on there, or it's inside of the orange. Actually, no, it's inside of the orange. So if there's no orange, it looks like that. If there is orange, it goes inside of the orange. That's nifty. So, okay. Well, the two things I need to do make this not destroy my powerful computer. That's step one. That's not where I wanted to go. There's no reason that should lag my computer to load that. Something ain't happy. It could be stream related too, but it has never done that before. So look into why loading a land block lags the crap out of my computer, aka mouse moves slowly. And then tweak settings to get NPCs to spawn more evenly across the land block, not in the first quarter of it. That's the other thing we got to do. Okay. And I got to think about this question too. So, okay. Well, it's a step in the right direction, right? It's not horrible. Could be way worse. My guess the lag has something to do with the complexity of what I'm asking it to do here and getting from API. It's just got to be something related to that. So, and this is not normal. I do have to figure out how to get this information translated up to a user, right? But that's for another day. That's the client API stuff. We'll probably end up doing something like, okay, when we request to view a land block, we're going to request it in sections at a time, right? Like we'll have to break it up into 20 smaller subsets so it gets little subsets of data in the background and this giant, huge response, which is what it's doing now, which is not ideal by any means. And I don't want to request one at a time because that's 2,600 web service calls, and that's stupid. So I think it's probably like 20 by 20 or something at a time. Why is it saying it's just now finished? Was this still working? Huh, interesting. Anyway. Hi, Alf. Are you ready for bed? Is that what you're telling me by coming down here? Okay. All right. Well, on that note, and getting some NPC spawning, at least, we'll call it. We will see you at some point. We'll see if we do something tomorrow. Maybe a short stream Thursday if I get back early enough. I don't know when my stuff's going to be done, but we'll see. That's really what's holding me up Thursday is I have some stuff in the afternoon. So we'll see. We'll get back on it. Thank you all for watching, and we will catch you on the next one. Bye for now.
Yes.